Lead us to the pledge of the flag.
Sure. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, first item on our agenda this morning is oral communication. It may come forward and speak on any item that is not on the printed agenda. I think in almost 7 years I've been here, this is a first. So,
Mr. Chairman?
yes.
No, not public comment, but
Right.
I have three non-agenda items I'd like your board to consider adding today.
Okay.
And I don't have the order, but Alicia does. But I'll just introduce them. The first one is a reconsideration of approving the First Amendment to the Essential Services Agreement with the City, County of San Francisco relating to municipal services provided to Hetch Hetchy Water and Power. There's urgency only in the sense that your board previously approved this, but San Francisco signed a different copy that had an element in it that was not in what you approved, and we want to get that cleaned up right away. So this rose, we just learned about this yesterday, so it rose subsequent to the posting of the agenda and feel it has sufficient urgency to be heard today. The second item is consideration of approving an agreement with Tuolumne Farmers Market Vendor Association to co-sponsor the Tuolumne Village Farmers Market. There's a farmers market plan this weekend, I believe, or at least before your next meeting, and we learned that the mechanism we use to provide insurance for them will not work without this action taken by your board. So there's, again, this was brought to our attention subsequent to the posting of the agenda, and there's sufficient urgency to be heard today.
Okay, go ahead.
The last item is consideration of providing direction to staff regarding potential county projects related to the National Disaster Resiliency Competition and including potential expenditure of funds for consultant services to refine project scope and costs. And this is the outgrowth of all those community meetings and department meetings over the last several weeks, and I thought it'd be remiss to move forward with proposal submissions without providing your board the opportunity to say whether you agreed or not.
Okay, board consensus on including these be items 7A, 7B, and 7C. Do I need a motion instead of a consensus?
So moved.
Okay, any public comment on those items, 7A, 7B, and 7C, as explained by Mr. Pedro? We're going to have we had a motion. We'll make it cleaner that way, right? Okay. Okay, so I asked for public comment. I have to see no one coming forward. We will call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. Okay, thank you. Okay, now we have the consent calendar. Would the clerk please read the consent calendar?
Minutes of the meeting held June 16th, 2015, finding that a summary of ordinance number 3278 and 3279 were published. Resolution designating the Tuolumne County Arts Alliance as the official arts council and state local partner in order to be eligible to receive state grant funding. Resolution dedicating and accepting the high school road as a public road and public utility easement. Approving amendment number 4 to an agreement with BMI Imaging Services for digitization and upload of images of documentation into the HAL file system.
Okay, does the board wish to pull anything off the consent calendar? Any public comment on the consent calendar? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
Move on the consent calendar.
Second.
First and second. All those in favor? Aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Clerk, please read item 6.
Consideration of adopting a resolution continuing the local state of emergency as required by the California Emergency Services Act Article 14, Section 8630C.
Ms. Riggs.
All right, good morning. Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office and OES Coordinator. It's that time again for your board to review the need to renew the local state of emergency due to drought conditions. This drought is not getting better, and that's not news to you. As you know, or you may not know, I was out of the office for the last 2 weeks. I came back yesterday reviewing what had taken place during those 2 weeks. And Rob, our environmental health director, had received 22 intakes in those 2 weeks. We definitely are having an increase in the number of wells that are going dry. Also during that time, we had a water system. They have 89 homes connected. They had a well failure. Thank goodness it's just, when I say it's just, the well I'm trying to think of the right word. It essentially, parts of it failed and fell into itself within the well, so they're able to fix that. It wasn't a complete failure, but we still had 89 homes that had no water, in which we did have water delivered to them. They do have a tank, so that was a good thing. And Cassie, with the State Water Board Drinking Water Program, is working closely with them to help them get funding to get that well drilled out, get what the debris that's in there back out, get new casings in, and make sure that that pump that they have will continue to work. With that said, what we'd like to do is a couple of things today. Is Larry Bile, our GIS coordinator, has developed a map for your board to review, and this is he's done essentially, you may remember with the rim fire, we had a progression where you kind of saw how the fire grew and where it went to. Larry has created a map of the same type of thing, so you can see over a period of time where the wells have gone dry and see the quantity of wells and where they're located. So I want to be able to have you take a look at that. Also, we have today, there has been a change with Tuolumne Utilities District, and I know all of you are aware that that change was going to take place. What I've asked is to have Lisa and their new interim general manager, Dave Andrus, come in and introduce themselves only to you at this point. They will come back next month to do a presentation to the board to give you an update on where they're at and how this drought is affecting them. And then finally, we do have another drought task force this Friday in which we have the small water systems come in. When I say small, we invite all of the water systems to come in and participate in that meeting. And then we still continue to have the state involved, where we have Cal OES, the State Water Board, and Department of Water Resources, who have all been great advocates for our county and our residents as we work through this drought. So with that said, what I'd like to do is just have Lisa and Dave come up first, and then we will move to Larry for the map, and then Rob will be able to give you some specifics on what he is experiencing when he goes out into the field.
Good morning, Lisa Westbrook, Tuolumne Utilities District. Thank you so much for inviting us here, Tracy. And board members, I did want to have the chance to introduce you to our new interim general manager, Dave Andrus, who comes with many years of experience in the water industry. And so I'd like this chance to have you meet Dave.
Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you very much. I've attended one of your committee meetings earlier on your general plan update for the water element, so I know some of your board members up here. I'm glad to be here. We're in some challenging times here at TUD with the water situation the way it is, so hopefully with the support of the community and the county government, we can get through this and move on to better things. But we'll be giving you a report next month regarding this current status, so I won't go into any detail on that, but just want to take the opportunity to introduce myself and thank you for the opportunity to talk to you today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Board. This is Larry Bile from the Community Resources Agency. Oh, did you already push? And the GIS coordinator there. And, when I was here a few months ago when the drought problem really we became acutely aware of what was happening, and to talk to you about some of the tools we worked with Rob to create to allow us to basically track the location of these. There we go. So I believe once a month or so you've been getting these reviews, and we've been posting paper maps that basically look like this. However, the density and the number of features, what we call features, which show up in the map as dots, has increased significantly over those last several months. And this is the most, I printed this morning, and the blue dots are up to date as to what Rob has, using the iPhone tools and the iPad tools, have located. So of those 22 Tracy mentioned that have been intaked, the process is they go to Rob and Rob's staff, and they go out and they evaluate them in the field. While they're evaluating them, they create a location using these tools. And so all the ones that have been done, but all of those 22, most of them aren't there yet because they're in the queue, and it's an overwhelming task for them right now. So what we're trying to do is make this as easy as we can, because I think it's important to know not just what we know about those properties in terms of, are they on a well? Is this a drought related issue? But where they are. And so the blue dots, as a review, are those that are being tracked by the iPhone application as having a well issue. These people have self-reported that they have some kind of problem. The red dots are new wells that we know have pulled permits, properties that new well permits have been pulled that are drought related. The yellow dots are new wells that could be just new development, but also could be drought related. We're not sure about that. So they're just new wells that have been applied for between from January till some point in June. So those aren't active files. Those are somewhat data files. There's a kind of a lengthy process we go through to export those and add them to the map. And then the sort of odd-colored ones with the white circles and green and pink, I just picked colors that stood out on the map. And those are wells that they've applied to deepen them or somehow expand them based on low flow due to drought. So this map you've been seeing. So what we've tried to do is create other ways we can show this type of information that would be useful. And one of those things we've done, we have using our tools, we've using a Flex Viewer, which is an application builder. We have an example. Excuse me. These are secure files, so it requires me to log in. And I'd like to acknowledge Dorothea Carnegie in the audience, and Dorothea Carnegie has done most of the heavy lifting on the research and development on these tools. So I want to make sure that's understood. So this is what it looks like in ArcGIS Online tool. And this looks like when you're looking at, these are the data sets that Rob has created, Rob and staff have created by going out and creating those. There's another way of looking at that. And then we have my desktop reorganized itself. This is a Flex Viewer, and unfortunately Flex Viewers are great, except they don't work on Apple products. Adobe and Apple don't get along, so you couldn't show this on your iPad. But what's nice about this, Dorothea, all these locations are based on the time that the feature was entered. So in other words, Rob has gone out and created a point location for these features, and that's the date. So the date's not necessarily when the person had a problem or when it was, or it's either the date they reported it to us or the date he went out subsequently, which usually is within a few days. But again, they are being overwhelmed at this point. So what's nice about this is it's a timed feature, and we can show what happens over time. So starting, the earliest we have recorded was in October. Doesn't mean people are having trouble before then, but that's when we really started monitoring this. It was October 12th, and we'll start this little tool up, and it'll start populating, and you can see in the little time, hopefully you can see that. I'll just move it up here. You can see that as time goes on, the number of features that have been reported and tracked by our system just continues to increase. So that's through a copy of the live data that we pulled off yesterday, and that's so this is as current as yesterday. We checked; it's fully current in what's been entered so far. Really, there's really geographically, I don't think there's anything profound here. It's not like we're seeing Columbia goes first and then Twain Harte. It's really nothing like that. It's really has to do. I think the density has more to do with where there are a lot of properties that are on wells, particularly the smaller properties that maybe have wells that aren't as productive or other reasons are not as productive. But it does show that the South County doesn't have the same kind of problem in the Groveland area. We're just reflecting on that. I don't really have a guess. Has something to do with the fact that so much of the Groveland, Big Oak Flat, Pine Mountain Lake area are on public water already, so they're not relying on wells. And there's not the same density of the 1 to 5 acre properties surrounding there that you find in East Sonora, Columbia, Jamestown, through Tuolumne City. So,
Larry, Carl had a question
sir.
for you.
Yeah, I just got a couple. The first one's for Rob. Are those 2 dots down by Lake Don Pedro anything to do with what Lake Don Pedro Community Service District is drilling, or are those actual well failures?
I believe those are from the water district.
Okay. And then the other thing that, and this is just a comment, not really a question, but one thing that kind of came to mind, I know we've talked a lot about a lot of these wells that are failing are relatively, and everything's relative, I guess, shallow wells predominantly. Is there any way we could get a three-dimensional, not graphically, obviously, but I think my concern would, not that it's already not high enough, but it would ratchet up if we're starting to see some of the deeper wells start to fail.
Well, essentially that would require a well driller to actually go down and verify how deep the well is, or if we have our own well logs, and typically we do with the more modern wells, we can do that. But I can assure you that it's no longer just the shallow wells. I just got a call from our driller this morning for a property out in Columbia that is caving in on itself because it's drying up around it. The rocks are actually starting to block any future movement of the pump, and he's concerned that he's going to be unable to actually go down any deeper with the way it is because he'll have to destroy the pump, and they're already at 800 foot deep.
That's like I said, that ratchets up my concern level.
And then lastly, we do also, I was able to create basically it's like a movie. And the movie runs on its own, and it's doing the same thing. The date's a little obscured up there in the top, but they're okay. Just a little clip that we were able to export, and we sent that to Tracy's staff because someone, I believe, at the state level wanted some kind of geographic distribution, kind of time-enabled file, and that's what we sent to them. So that's available. That can open up on anybody's machine, and all the video just shows point location, so there's no and that's you can't scale out or anything like that. So there's no problem with security and people's privacy or anything like that. I don't think anyone can figure out where each dot goes and who it belongs to or anything like that. So
Evan had a question for you.
Sure. I'm just curious if there's any kind of a baseline. I think in the past when you were here, you presented to us and showed a little bit of statistical information on what like well failures have been in the past relative to now. Just because, I mean, it's hard to judge. I know there's always well failures even when it's not a drought year. I've lived at a house that had a well failure in a good year. But just kind of to give it a baseline, do you have any kind of a concept of percentage-wise how much more dramatic it is than?
Yeah, I believe on the 5-year average, we were looking at around 12 to 18 well failures. Somewhere
On
in
average,
there.
yeah.
And so now, obviously, it's ramped up. And
we're at what, would you estimate, probably?
we actually have 184 wells that have
So it's
been impacted,
dramatically increased,
257 homes that are attached to those wells.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Big number. Carl?
I lost my train of thought. I'll hold it.
I've got to believe that this type of information has got to be helpful when we're dealing with the state. Is that correct? I mean, as far as getting their support to help with these problems?
Absolutely. As you know, we've been working with the state, the Department of Water Resources, also State Water Board, State Water Board, who has a drinking program now, but they are helping, and I can't remember now the number, I'd have to work with TUD again, the number of homes that we're looking at permanent connections. So, yeah, as they're looking at the level of impact, and remember, they are still categorizing us, and the level of impact, we're number 2 still. And I don't know, I don't think it's just because we're worse off than other counties in that we started tracking and implementing programs, as you know, very, very early. And I think that's because we've been tracking so long. We have statistics where some of the other counties really are just starting up. The other thing that we did just find out is through further partnership with Cal OES, there are some homes that are on the ditch through TUD that what TUD had wanted to do and submitted a proposal to the State Water Board was to take, I think it was maybe 5 homes off of the ditch so that it was something like 38 million gallons of water that would no longer have to flow through that ditch to support those homes that would stay in the reservoir or for use for other homes. At first it was denied, saying it wasn't drought related. Through further communications, what they've done is they're actually using hazard mitigation funds to help those homes, move them off the ditch, get permanent connections. So absolutely, all of the information that we get from Rob, from Larry, from what we gather internally and working with council, we're turning those in sometimes 2 to 3 times a week so that they're updated and knowing what's happening with us at a local level.
Okay, Carl?
Yeah, Rob, for those people that are on wells that may not be all that savvy, what are some of the indicators that your well is starting to fail, before it actually that no water comes out of the tap?
Well, first of all, it's going to be dependent on whether or not you have a storage tank. If you have a large storage tank already, the problem may already exist, and you won't see it until a few days later. But typically, you're going to see a low flow on your spigot. So if you're taking a shower, you soaped up, all of a sudden the water shuts off. That's happened. So many of our clients that we're assisting right now is that very scenario. Sedimentation in your water. For instance, I have folks that had great water quality, had a high-producing well, but now when they exit the shower, they're dirtier than they went before they went in. Water quality, colors, taste, smells. If your well had a good taste before, now it's all becoming concentrated with sulfur smells. That's a good indication.
Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions from the board to staff? Good information. Thanks for all the hard work. Before I bring it back to the board, I'd like to call for public comment. Anybody in the public wish to speak on this matter, please come forward. See no one. Okay, I'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
Yeah, I'll move to approve the resolution continuing the state of emergency, and I would like to thank the staff for the GIS work because that really is helpful.
First and second, call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Clerk, please read item 7A.
How about 7?
How about 7?
Okay.
All right.
Consideration of approving a resolution supporting the transfer of two 40-acre parcels of United States Forest Service property into the trust for use by the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians.
Okay, Mr. Pedro.
Hey, Mr. Chair, members of the board.
Hold on.
Oh, yes, sir.
Are you going to do this too? Okay, so Sherry and I both get to do this, but so let's see. Pursuant to Government Code, Section 87-100, I'm recusing myself because I have an economic interest in the tribe as a source of income through my wife, who is a tribal member. So,
And I will be recusing myself under same Government Code Section 87-100 as our family. Ranch has had a long-standing relationship and use of the Murphy Ranch.
All right. As soon as they're gone, the three of us brilliant people will decide this.
Where did all the flowers go?
Okay, Mr. Pedro.
Supervisor Hanville wanted to recuse, or asked if he could recuse himself. No, but he could always excuse himself. So maybe you can tell I just got back from vacation.
Okay.
All right. Well, okay, Mr. Chairman and the rest of the board, the remnant. The county.
We still got 3 votes.
That's true. That's all it takes. I was taught that a long time ago. That's right. The county has been asked by the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians to support the transfer of two 40-acre parcels currently owned by the U.S. Forest Service to the Bureau of Indian Affairs, the BIA, to be held in trust for the tribe. These two parcels are located immediately adjacent to the tribe's Murphy Ranch property to the east of the Tuolumne Township. Once in trust and formally added to the reservation, the tribe plans to add these parcels into an existing Murphy's Ranch conservation area and manage same in compliance with the approved conservation activity plan. The tribe is not seeking authority to conduct any form of gaming on these parcels, and given that these parcels are already exempt from paying property tax since it's held by the U.S. Forest Service, there are no issues related to revenue loss to local governments. There is some urgency to this matter that requires legislation in Congress. Congressman McClintock is willing to carry that legislation, provided your board is supportive of this transfer. Attached to this memo are some background information items. I'm not going to go through each one. I'll just point them out. Attachment A is a tribe white paper that summarizes their proposals, what they're intending to do and why. Attachment B is the tribe's letter to the Forest Service seeking their support. However, at this time, until there's legislation, there can't be a formal comment by the Forest Service. Attachment C is a letter from the Ingalls signifying their support for the transfer. Attachment D is the actual draft board resolution provided for your consideration today, and there's an exhibit of that resolution that actually shows where those two parcels are in relation to the Murphy Ranch and Ingalls Ranch, and it really is those two parcels are surrounded, by those two privately held properties right now, so they truly are isolated from the rest of the forest and basically almost useless for the Forest Service to manage in conjunction with the rest of the forest. And then I thought it'd be good for the board to be aware that there is some precedent that back in 2006, and the resolution is attached to your packet, where the board did support a similar transfer of Bureau of Land Management property, about 50 acres, to trust on behalf of the tribe back in 2006. We do have tribal representatives that are here today that I know would love to get up and speak to this issue or not. I did want to mention that there's another aspect of a future transfer that would involve property that's in fee to trust, but that's going to come at a later date, and there are other issues with that make it, it's just good that those are being brought separately. So staff's recommendation is that your board approve the resolution found on attachment D supporting the transfer of the two 40-acre parcels of U.S. Forest Service property into trust for use by the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians.
Any questions, board? What's left of us? I think the significant thing is there's really no loss of of income on this transaction at all, and it does tie in with what they're already doing with the existing property. So I have no problems with that, but I will ask for public comment.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Bob Brennan. Me and my family have leased the Murphy Ranch property for grazing since the mid-'70s from Leonard and Charlotte Jones, who was a Murphy, born and raised on the property. Very familiar with the property. We have the Hunter Creek grazing allotment of the U.S. Forest Service that borders the Murphy Ranch. We've always used that property in conjunction with our grazing allotment. Since after the heirs of the Murphy Ranch have all passed, and then the tribe purchased the property, they have given us permission to use the property for our gathering, use it for part of our gathering facility off of our grazing allotment. I am familiar with the 2 40-acre parcels. I remember back in the 80s when the Forest Service wanted to log it, and Charlotte Jones said, "Nope, you aren't going to go to." They didn't have access, and they wanted access, and she denied it. So I'm familiar with the piece of property. I'm in favor of the transfer. I think it would be a good thing. There are other parcels within the county, BLM and Forest Service. I think this should actually happen with. We lease some BLM land that is surrounded by private property. It has no public access. I think those parcels and other small Forest Service parcels should be transferred back to the tax rolls. So this isn't just there's an issue going on in the county, but I am in favor of this transfer.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Seeing no one, I'll bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move in favor of the resolution.
Second.
First and second, call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes 3-0. Thank you. Now we can do item 7A, and we'll get our rest of our board members back.
Seven A, consideration of providing direction to staff regarding potential county projects related to the National Disaster Resiliency Competition, including potential expenditures of funding for consultant services to refine project scope and costs.
Hey.
Okay, Mr. Pedro.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Again, getting back from vacation yesterday, started to review projects with Mo, who's been the spearhead of this whole NDRC process. As your board recalls, there were community meetings that were formally scheduled that Mo oversaw, and then a number of follow-up meetings with various community organizations and county departments about potential projects. And as we were going through projects yesterday about what was being discussed, which would be solely county projects or projects that the county is being asked to partner with in particular, I thought some of these things, we really needed to come talk to you guys to make sure that you're okay with some of these things. Because the soft deadline is actually this Friday. There's some grace period that Mo tells me we'll have to refine some scope and costs. But since we would be submitting proposals on behalf of the board, and some of these, you may or may not want to support, just want to make sure that you had a chance to comment at a very high level. So that's really the purpose of today's agenda item. It also occurred to me that some of these projects, if we do move forward, these are, in theory, 100% funded projects, which are always good to hear about, but then you have to make darn sure you've scoped the project well enough and you've got enough money in your estimates to cover it, because if you got awarded the project and then you didn't have enough money to actually accomplish it, that would be a problem. And then, frankly, I'm not as comfortable with some of the information that we have. I think it would behoove us to get some engineering and perhaps architectural look at some of these at a high level to make sure, that we're putting enough dollars, into these things, to cover it. And I'm speaking specifically of those projects that would be county only or things that we're being asked to partner with. There's also projects in here at a very high level, just to give you an idea what other agencies, at least what Mo, keeping her ear to the ground, is hearing, from people. There's detailed lists behind each one of the bullets, but that really isn't the focus today because those entities are going to do what they're going to do, and we also don't want to put something out there that isn't going to happen yet, too. This is just stuff that Mo has heard about but may or may not materialize. So why don't we walk through this? Mo and I have not scripted this, but we can go through these things and just make sure that you're generally okay with these. If there's something you want to modify, add to let us know. And I'll try to point out the ones that I have concerns about that I think we need some consulting assistance on. One of the moments.
Okay. So just as a reminder for Phase 2 or what they're looking for in NDRC as far as projects moving forward are projects that, again, go back to resiliency and sustainability. So how can this community put forward best practices and what other communities can do to either better to respond to an emergency, recover quicker from an emergency? How can we look at being more resilient as far as our economy, looking at how we depend on the forest for so much, and when the forest is burned, what kinds of things or how does that have an impact on our economy, and how we can better move forward both resiliency as far as economics. And the biggest thing that we got dinged on our Phase 1 application was the vulnerable population. How are we taking care of what HCD or HUD considers our vulnerable populations, are very old, are very young, people with special needs. And so in going with that, Craig and I will go through the project. So keep in mind that's kind of the focus, that's kind of the goals in which NDRC was formulated.
Okay. Just running down these really fast. Under the county projects, solely county projects, would be the construction of a new Jamestown ambulance fire station. That's something that we've talked about for a long time. It had been on our capital list, but we did not have the funds identified to move forward with. That would be an important addition to our fire first responder system. Again, consistent with your capital program, so that feels solid. It'd just be good to get some. That'd be a case where it'd be good to have an architect give us a high-level swag and make sure we've got enough money identified for this project. And I do not have numbers for all these projects as we're sitting here, in case you're wondering. Number 2 was just county fire vehicles. This was the current list. Several water tenders, Type 3 fire engines, a ladder truck. Talking with Josh, when I was reporting to you at the last meeting, when Josh had met with the ISO, folks, they commented that could help improve our ISO rating if we had a ladder truck part of the county fleet. Those are expensive, but if that would help bring help with affordability of fire insurance, that should resonate as part of the resiliency component of things. They also had a mobile command post to be shared with other agencies. You've heard other folks talk about having that, like the sheriff's office, and if we had something like that, it's something that could be shared amongst agencies. Ambulance vehicles, they'd like to find a way to go about updating the fleet and using the NDRC funding to do it. Microwave radio project for all first responders, a project that would make it a whole lot easier and more efficient for your first responders in the field to connect without having to identify specific repeaters and things. Just be able to, want to, talk to someone with the microwave system. It self-selects those repeaters and much more efficient, much safer way of communicating. Something I know the sheriff and others have mentioned they'd like to have a system like that, but very expensive to do. Also, if we were successful in doing that, that would cause us to replace our radios, different things with our dispatch system and so forth. Again, this would be great to do. It would certainly enhance our emergency communications and would like to do have numbers through our radio coordinator He thinks he's built in some capacity in there to make sure we have enough. But that'd be another instance where it'd be good to go back to consultants we've used before just to get their concurrence that we're targeting enough money for this. And if you recall, that was this whole area of communications was one of the top priority comments that came out of the RIM debriefs and so forth. Additional parking at Stryker Court EOC and Training Center. I don't think I have to say a whole lot more for all of you that have been out there, or for whether it's training or the actual thing. We're running emergencies. We have the space. We just don't have the money to do that, and that would be a very good thing to do. We thought as long as we're going here, we could always put in for the construction of the new sheriff's admin office on the law and justice property. Certainly, he's not set up for the most efficient operation, right now, which affects his ability to respond effectively and in a coordinated manner. So that's something we can certainly put in for. We would tap our consulting crew that's on board right now and have them help refine numbers. We have had prior architectural program work done in that area, so we think we have a good base to estimate that from. If we go there, we do need at that point to build the new, at least the first phase of Gardella Ranch Road. And that's where that constructs that connection road between the Law and Justice as it's being developed today with Loop Road, Sanguinetti Loop Road that comes out near Brashears. So we'd need to get on and get that built, and this would be a great way to fund that, if we could do it. There's been requests from the Groveland community to upgrade the audiovisual system, HVAC, and replace the old generator at the community hall in Groveland. That's used for all kinds of things, community meetings like during the emergencies, and just preparedness, training. It's been used as a shelter, and it just isn't set up well. It's antiquated, needs updating. As long as we're talking generators, we put in the animal control office and shelter generator. This would be one way to try and get that funded, totally legitimate, and that's when there's even more burden put on those shelters when we do have these major emergencies. The road department is talking about a variety of equipment like boom truck, sweeper, vac truck, masticator, as part of the fuels reduction programs and so forth. There is a number of public works projects, and apologize, but it's what we have right now. Put on the dais the most recent list, and again, I apologize for providing it by way of a copy of email, but it shows a number of county-maintained roads that would be rehab widened with drainage improvements. It also shows a number of local subdivision roads where we can improve the ingress and egress to those subdivisions, which is, again, be wonderful from a safety aspect, so people have secondary ways of getting in and out. And each of those ingress-egress points are wide and clear, so they're not going to get cut off if there's fires at those entry points, and or you got a lot of vehicles trying to get in and out at one time.
Clarification for the public that they're going to look at this and they're going to see that not every road in Tuolumne County is included. And could you explain why that works that way?
Sure. As part of the NDRC application that the state of California is submitting, they specifically wanted to target an area, and the area that they chose to target was the rim fire perimeter plus any place that received an evacuation advisory, warning, or order. So basically, if you were to look at Tuolumne County, you started at the top of 108, you look at Long Barn, you come down 108, and you get into part of Twain Hart, so it goes a little bit over on the other side of 108. It comes down, just hits slightly into Crystal Falls. It comes over the highway, crosses over the highway, hits Willow Springs, Soulsbyville area, it goes into the Tuolumne city area, and then up and down the canyons, and it hits Big O Flat and Groveland.
Yeah, I think Mr. York was waving a map back there. That is that map online by any chance? Okay, so that would for the public, they can go online and see where the affected areas were. Thank you.
Well, this goes on, and again, there's email one, email two, and one deals with the Tuolumne side, and the other deals with the South County side. So don't read one and say, I'm from the South County, it's not there. You read the South County, and I'm from Tuolumne. You have to look at the two. And these aren't complete. These are just getting pretty well confined drafts. But it goes into construction of shaded, fuel breaks, drainage improvements, and those kinds of things. And this would be a great way to get these projects funded and enhance the safety of those areas to boot.
Yeah, one of the things that we had some minor difficulties with in rimfire was communications, and that's always. I've been in the command and control business most of my life, on and off, but that's one of the things that's always going to be a problem. So, to the extent that we can build some redundancy into systems, so that the sheriff's radios work, but if his radio tower goes down, he's got cell phone coverage or whatever. That kind of a resilient system, I think, is worth having. The other thing that obviously we had was some issues with our EOC. I really like the sheriff's administration facility and what was it? Dispatch and EOC and all of that stuff. So those kinds of projects that give us our first responders better capability to first respond, I'm certainly really strongly for, as I know you are, but I'm speaking to the public.
Yeah, this one's a little bit different, and I don't really have. Well, just you talked about vulnerable populations, so think of kids and elderly people. One of the biggest problems that I remember during the rimfire was the air quality. It was horrible, and that was the main reason school was canceled, because you don't want people out and about. I don't know what you can do about that. I don't know if we have facilities of schools that have or
I've got a suggestion.
long-term care units that have, adequate air filtration systems and things like that. But that's just something to look at. It's kind of a different avenue that I don't know if we've considered.
Supervisor Brennan?
Are you going to do the list of cooperating projects first, and then I'll make my comments?
Yes.
Move on.
Okay, well, I was just going to take these by groups. So maybe just these are the county solely.
Excuse me, could I make a couple comments first?
Absolutely.
First of all, I want to reiterate what Supervisor Rutherford said about communications. In 2013, we had 3 significant issues. The one that everybody knows about is rimfire, but we also had power fire, and we had Camp Tawonga. And in every single case, communications was an issue. And it was an issue at the incident command centers. It was an issue at Camp Tawonga in terms of getting reliable information out of Camp Tawonga. My point really is that communications, and by the way, at EOC, we didn't have sufficient cell coverage to communicate. And in an emergency, that's where things break down, is communication. And just microwave radio for first responders, I'm not sure it completely solves that problem. So I think we need to look at communication broadly. The other comment, I'm looking down this list, and most of this seems to be large capital funding. And in our selection, we need to also think about how we end up staffing these operations, what the cost of operation and maintenance of these facilities are, and how we include whatever we can, because in future, it doesn't do a lot of good to have a bunch of extra fire trucks if we don't have firemen manning them and they're not maintained, et cetera. So I think you need to include that. The other one is, I saw the road department down here: boom truck, sweeper truck, vac truck, masticator. Are we talking 1? Are we talking 10? I assume you got to put some more meat on those bones.
How many?
Well, as they're coming up, you'll note, like on the in the fire area, got a question mark by how many engines. So this is still a moving target, but I'm sure the board will be supportive of getting what you can. But we also have to justify it.
Mr. York.
Duke York, Deputy Director in charge of the roads and
Engineering Division. The answer to your question, Supervisor Rotifer, or Handel, is one piece of the equipment. The boom truck is for the high trees. We've got a boom truck, but we don't really have one to get the taller trees, and we're seeing a tremendous amount of trees in the right-of-way that are coming down. So it's going to be a problem for many years to come.
Thank you. Oh.
That answers.
Yep,
Hopefully
thank you.
that answers your question.
And can I have a point of clarification also for the public's benefit? These all have to be projects that can be accomplished in a 3-year time frame?
That was the case last time I was in front of you with the Board of Supervisors. I think I sufficiently beat them up, and I think other states, and then the state of California went and beat up the HUD on it. It's very hard to be able to complete the environmental review, get plans and designs set, get it out to bid, and get it built within 2 years. It's pretty much impossible. So what HUD has agreed to do is they each applicant can ask for a waiver, and the state of California is going to ask for a waiver, and with that waiver we have until 2022 to get these projects completed. Another reason you see a lot of projects or widgets, that's what HUD is used to funding. This is a HUD grant, and so that's what they're very familiar in doing. They do not fund operations, ongoing items. They don't fund personnel. So unfortunately, we can't put any of that into our application.
Okay.
Okay, and just to comment on this section of these particular county projects, they are primarily, capital type projects by nature. That's not a real staffing issue here, but I totally resonate with the comment that anything we do here, we need to consider the operational aspects, because that too has to be sustainable. And if the board's done talking about these other county projects, and I think some of those issues do come into these county partnership projects, because you get into operational components.
One other thing that we might look at, and I don't know if we have, I can't find it if we have, but there is some hardening value to getting some key utilities and communications infrastructure underground as opposed to overhead. And that would be something, especially up the 108 corridor, that I think would be well worth doing, and probably on the 120 corridor as well. I'm not as familiar with the 120 corridor, but I'm sure Chairman Gray is.
Yeah, I would agree where possible. But during the fire, like the rim fire, the first things that went out were the stuff that was buried in the ground, like the phone cables, all of that type of stuff. So I don't know if there's a complete answer to it, but we do have a broadband proposal in there too. So, Supervisor Royce.
Yeah, just another comment, I guess, and take it for what it is. I think this is a really good opportunity to find some funding for a lot of projects that we wouldn't otherwise find funding for. And as you look at all these proposals, I think you see that, and I think that's great. But the other thing to consider, I mean, you just think of the title, it's a Natural Disaster Resiliency Grant. So what makes Tuolumne County more resilient? And one of the biggest problems, I think, with the rim fire was the initial response and how a fire can get away from us in Tuolumne County when you have steep areas that are really dense in vegetation, it's dry and it's hot. I mean, you have a recipe for a rim fire. And I don't know, I'm not a fire professional, I don't know what can be done to change that, but it seems like quicker, heavier responses to initial attacks is something that would make a difference in the future to prevent this from occurring and happening to the degree that it did in the future. So I don't know if that means more towers to spot fires and more planes, and I mean, man on the ground, that's operational stuff that, like you said, is difficult to fund inevitably. But just food for thought, I think that's something that we should focus on, not just getting our roads paved and stuff like that.
Supervisor Rotifer.
Yeah, I agree with everything that Supervisor Royce just said. But there's two dimensions to resiliency. One is how do you protect, well, there's actually three. How do you protect, how do you respond, and then how do you recover? And all three of those are equal elements, I think, of resiliency. So we need to be looking at all three of those as well. But I agree with everything that Supervisor Royce said.
I think we'll see a lot of this in the community project
Right.
list when we get there, so if you want to move
Okay.
on.
All right. Well, those are the county projects, and I would just say, again, this is very draft, but if these are consistent, the board's okay with these kinds of things, we'll look for opportunities to build in some of these other things you were commenting on. But if these things seem fine, they're consistent, the numbers may change or whatever, then we'll feel comfortable proceeding with those submissions.
I guess my comment would be, let's not be bashful. If something that will help us, then we should really consider it.
Okay. The next category, county partnership projects, is how we've dubbed these. This gets a little trickier because, and I'll say this, and it's understandable at this stage of the game. There's a lot of as I've gone through, some of these documents that Mo's been amassing, and she was having the same feelings about it. That's our discussion yesterday. There's a lot of details that are missing in these partnership projects, and very key is, here I am, a staff person talking to you. I work for you, and we're having this discussion. But when you have intergovernmental projects, at some point it comes to boards talking to boards and agreements and things getting formalized. And that level of discussion has not occurred. There's definitely been discussion at staff levels and maybe some individual board members of different boards and organizations, but there really hasn't been the intergovernmental communication formally that you would normally have before you proceed with a project. And I don't want to pour cold water on these. I just want to put in perspective that there's a lot of details that haven't been worked out here yet, and that level of intergovernmental communication, formal communication, the high, who, what, where, why, how, just hasn't been put together yet.
I think that's an element of the time frame that we're working under.
agree.
Doesn't mean we shouldn't do it. We should do that. But
I know. I'm just pointing it out because it's one thing if it's a county thing and we can control it, but when you get into some of these, there's a few of them in particular very tricky, and all kinds of things could go sideways as you really work on the details. And again, I'm not saying that to pour cold water. I just want a cautionary note, and that the board's aware of that if we proceed, with proposals in some of these areas. That's my only purpose. So let me go through some of these. First is a regional dispatch center on the Law and Justice campus with a multi-agency EOC with adequate parking. The major players would be the Forest Service, CAL FIRE, County, City of Sonora. There could be other players, but those are the big ones. This is not a new concept. This is something I remember we were discussing 20 some odd years ago, and have been talking even fairly recently with CAL FIRE when they've talked about moving their dispatch center over to Tuolumne County and doing it there. But again, we have not been a lot of staff level discussions, maybe some comments with individual board members or just passing comments to the full board, but this is nothing that we've worked the details out on. But if you could actually do something like this, which is the reason we were looking at it years ago, it'd be tremendous opportunity for efficiencies and communications, not only through the one dispatch center, but people that have access to the information of where the assets are, what the problems are, and so forth. It just enhances communication and efficiencies and all that kind of thing. So it'd be really good. How would this actually operate? How would it be funded? Moving forward. I don't know. We could, and this is a really good example where we need to, pull heads together, maybe get some architectural input on. To make sure if we're going to put a project like this together, we need to make really sure we've got enough money in the budget, to pull this thing off. And some it may just be NDRC funding, some could be state funding. For example, like with the CAL FIRE move of their facilities, maybe that'd be a component. I'm just putting that out there that that's stuff we need to talk about. But anyway, it'd be a great program. It's a concept that I think everyone could generally support, but the devil's in the details on something like that. So just putting that forward. That would go on our Law and Justice campus, also exactly where. Because this is bigger than the dispatch center that we were planning for the sheriff's facility, and it really should have a dedicated, separate location, but in close adjacency to everything. But as you guys all know, also adequate parking if you're going to make it into a dispatch center and EOC.
It's a short walk from Lowe's parking lot.
There you go. All right. The Tuolumne Township is interested in an emergency shelter and community center. It would function as a community center most of the time. Could then be used as a shelter. Concept being, it's a space, community center space that can serve as a shelter, an event center. Could put some RV parking and hookups because some people will take off with their RV and hook up, and that'd be a nice way to be in their familiar surroundings and inexpensive shelter with some small animal shelter space. Now, here's a good example. Great idea. But how would it be operated and paid for on an ongoing basis? We could build it, but how would we fund the actual ongoing operation of it? As I'm sitting here, I don't know. But understand the concept, and that's not offensive to me, but just putting it out there. And this would be in conjunction between the county and Tuolumne Park and Rec District. Tuolumne Memorial Hall, University Accessible Playground. That's something that Mo's been working on. Back to the different populations that would serve, be accessible. It would be a great complement to a shelter, that would be in that community. That's why it's listed immediately following, but could stand on its own. Groveland Emergency Center / Community Center. There's an extensive proposal from the gathering place. This would be a partnership project between the county and Southside Senior Services and potentially others. It's the same components I just mentioned for the Tuolumne Center. They also have interest in a health and wellness center space for exercise and therapy services, also a community health center space for a healthcare center. Those last two bullets, I've just got to say, really scare me because I know particularly if you get into any kind of formal healthcare services, you're into a whole bunch of stuff there. You could make a larger building with spaces, but if you're actually going to get into places where you're going to conduct medicine, physician offices, therapy services, then you can get into different construction, standards and licensing, kinds of things. Who's going to run those? We're not going to run them. Where's the funding for that going to come? So personally, if we were to pursue this at this point, you might, oversize it a bit, but I would not go in saying we're going to promise people we're going to be going in with a health center and those kinds of things.
Yeah. With respect to the two essentially emergency shelters that we're talking about, both Tuolumne and South County, we need to make sure that in there is filtered air conditioning for all the reasons that we already discussed.
I'm going to pause. I don't want to put John on the spot, but this one's in his community, and I'm concerned about the healthcare component.
Yeah, I would agree. We're going to have some further discussion, I believe, on Thursday.
But I just know that adds a level of complication both in the design and also the delivery, and who does it, how do you fund it, and those kinds of things. The Sierra Regional Healthcare Training Center at the Tuolumne General Medical Facility campus. Those of you on the EDA board are familiar with this. This would be a county TCEDA Health Light Now partnership. The Health Light Now is being spearheaded by, I think it's Barry Hillman.
Dr. Stolp.
And Dr. Stolp and others. So these are capable people, but they're looking at improving our capacity to train up our medical providers of the future, not to provide health care, back in the facility, but to be a training center to help prepare them for college and other types of programs in the future. And that'd be a great thing to have. They do have a business plan. I have a lot of confidence when I hear those kinds of individuals that are involved because they know the business. But that's a different type of use than we've discussed about the main brick building, the old acute hospital building. I just have a little more level of confidence knowing the type of people that are involved with it because they've been very successful, in that area. But same things. They're going to have to come up with a business plan. How are we going to do it? And that would still be a multi-million-dollar renovation of that building. I'll just stop there. And then expansion of the Jamestown Food Bank facility. They're looking at additional walk-in freezers and refrigerators and additional square footage and those kinds of things. It'd be consistent with the discussions that we've had. We'll have an item that'll come back to talk about fixing what is. This is about adding to, what is. But that would help during times of emergency and distribution and so forth. Okay, I'll stop there. Are you guys okay with us proceeding with those kinds of proposals?
I'm looking at everybody's head going up and down. It seems like, again, we need to look at everything we can.
Okay. All right. On the community projects, I'm not asking for permission here. I just thought you'd be interested in general because this is something other people are doing. And there's a lot of detail that is not in here, and I want to provide cover fire for these organizations because they are not done with their work. And what you even see on this sheet, they may have abandoned or may abandon in the future, but inquiring minds might want to know, what's being contemplated out there. So the TCEDA, looking at a business incubator project at Plume Industrial Complex, and also moving the innovation lab, if that were constructed, over to that site. That'd be a wonderful project to have. Broadband infrastructure project. I know Mr. Cope has for a long time wanted to build a fiber loop up through that primary area of East Sonora. Also trying to extend the fiber to Curtis Creek School, which was within that footprint, and up into Tuolumne Township. Broadband infrastructure project, ATCA, also has a project that they're working on. I can't tell you what that is as I'm sitting here, but they're working on a project which is consistent with the communications theme that we've talked about. There's a discussion about expanding the fire science program at Columbia College in conjunction with Superintendent of Schools, making it more of a regional fire training center with new facilities and equipment. There's also a discussion of developing the Forest Natural Resource Program through the college or in conjunction with the college. We're actually building a capacity to bid on and compete for forestry contracts in forests and the forests and other lands, including capacity to mill and market wood products, looking at conducting inventories, timber harvest, fuels treatment, stand enhancements, defensible space projects. And as part of this would be the development of a campus demonstration forest. So this is really taking our focus on what's good forest practices and putting it on steroids and actually building an educational component within our community targeted for that.
Just a comment about that. I'm a little concerned about that item there where they want to build a mill and market wood products. I don't believe that the public sector should be competing with the private sector as a general rule, and that's an issue for me there. But what about the private sector? I've heard these latest little things that the private sector has been cut out of this and whole program. And that is alarming and disturbing to me because the meetings we had previously, both all public meetings, never said that. In fact, quite the contrary. I believe they encouraged that. So what's happening?
It's a clarification as I was starting to work in the community and starting getting questions, me going back to HCD and then HCD going back to HUD and asking some more specific questions in regards to NDRC and what the rules of engagement were, and they've decided that no money can go to a private individual. It needs to be a governmental entity or a nonprofit agency. So yes, according to us and according to what they've described to our citizens and to your board in public meetings, it's a backtrack on what we heard, and it's very discouraging because so many really neat people have presented some really great projects that go to the heart of resiliency as we've been talking about it today. And so they're HUD rules, they're not state rules. It's unfortunate that there was misinformation put out early on in regards to that.
Have the rules just changed, or are they saying they were always that way?
HUD is saying that those have always been the rules.
Government has a problem. It's called not invented here, not my idea, therefore it's no good. Government has to understand that innovation comes from the private sector, not from government more often. This is a problem for me. But anyway, we need to go ahead under the rules we've got.
I want to speak to that for just a second, though, because I've been sitting in on a number of these meetings, and I agree with Supervisor Hanfeld's last comment. YSS has been working on this. We've done some tours with some of the forest ecologists out there on the landscape and looked at the demonstration forest extensively. And the number 2 issue for YSS, which is we all know, a very wide collaborative, the number 2 issue that surfaced was biomass removal and treatment and capacity. And we will never get to resiliency and an ability for all of the things that we're talking about until we have a healthy forest. And we continue to talk about it. And the largest piece that is missing is capacity to do something with these materials that are out there. And so I have a real problem with this because we looked at, we currently have a plant. It's somewhat outdated, and an opportunity to bring that, more into modern technologies, if you will. Even the ability to have smaller plants that are distributed, maybe something in South County, because transportation of these materials off the landscape continues to be the largest hurdle to get over. And so we've got to find a way, if we want to get at the bottom of what our big problem is with unhealthy forests, we've got to have a way to get rid of some of these materials. And so I don't know what the answer is at this point, but we've all got to think creatively, and we can't just say, oh, well, private sector can't be funded for some of these projects, and we've got to come up with some collaborative solutions, because fundamentally we have to find a way to remove this mess off the landscape.
So I guess what we're saying is don't give up. Keep pushing.
Well, and I want to look at some other, and I know our time frame is very short here. Yeah, we can't give up, but we maybe need to look at some other partnerships.
If there's, and I've been talking a lot to Sean Crook and stuff, and one of the things he and I have been batting back and forth with is they will fund a nonprofit type of organization, and maybe that's the way we get into the door. I know that he said he was working with others on the possibility of submitting something in regards to that. But you're right, Supervisor Brennan, I think we need to be creative. It's been a struggle because there's 2 really components to NDRC. There's the Rockefeller Foundation that asks you to be extremely creative, exactly what you guys are talking about. Don't keep doing the same old, because we're not accomplishing anything. And you have HCD, which is very much the old school, if you will, bureaucracy at its best. And, here, fit it within these guidelines. And so that's been very difficult as we've been trying to, as a community, look outside the box, but still be able to qualify under the strict rules that are out there. So I'd be happy to meet with anybody to look at nonprofit or see what we can do in that regards.
And I just want to add, because I've been talking to a number of these people, Mo, they've been very complimentary of you've been reaching out to them, having these conversations, but the answers that we currently have are not acceptable.
I agree.
Okay, shall we move on to?
Sure. Yeah, I can wrap these pretty quick. Again, these are, the cover fire. These proposals may have changed from what was initially presented. Other things could have been added, but just to give folks a feel. Actually, talking about restoration and recovery projects, a couple of Supervisor Rotifer's comments. I've got a draft of a Forest Service document where they're developing, and I just gave you the categories of biomass, reforestation, water, aquatics, and wildlife, roadway improvements, vegetation management, range projects, trail recreation, heritage projects, and education and interpretation. Those are just the categories, and they have projects under each one of those that they are developing. But could there be, partnerships for the biomass versus, the Forest Service actually conducting them? Is that what they're trying to do? I don't know, as I'm sitting here, but anyway, just give you an idea. That's a lot of what we initially talked about. That gets to the healthy forest, stuff. Those are things that they're doing. CAL FIRE, I know that are looking at a number of fuel break projects. Could be far more things that they're looking at, but that's something that's been prominent, in the discussion. There's been discussion of a demonstration tree planting project. One of our local citizens has been talking about this, an aerial method of planting, and evidently he's caught the attention of Cal Poly, and they would like to partner up with him and a nonprofit to see if they can make something like that work. That would be definitely innovative, different approach to things. Actually, it speaks volumes. If Cal Poly's interested enough to look at this, I mean, they think there's something there. That's encouraging. Same thing with TUD. They have water, wastewater, and various other complementary resiliency projects. These are just their categories. They have their own chart that they're working on. But everything from watershed management to main canal ditch and flumes, fuels reduction, reservoir storage, water treatment and storage, water distribution systems, transportation communication systems, and various portable facilities from power pumping, treatment, and transport that they're looking at. In Groveland, there's interest through the CCC of developing a Groveland training campus and facility in Groveland. That'd be great. Have a facility like that right there for the resource of the folks that are there to do what they can do, and just having a facility like that as well. And our Meadowload Fair is also interested in pursuing some improvements to their facilities. So this is what we've heard as of today, and this could change a lot, but just to give you an idea of what's out there.
Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah, have we heard anything from SFPUC on this?
We've both at the local level and at the state level, we've approached them several times, and they are not willing to participate in this. They said they don't need the funds. They have enough to do the projects that they have on their schedule.
Okay. I really like the fuel breaks for CAL FIRE. Let's build a fence around the forest. I'm serious. I want to go to what Supervisor Brennan and Hanvelt talked about in a little bit more general way, maybe. The biggest long pole, or the longest pole in the tent on resiliency to Foothill and Sierra Nevada forest fires is the infrastructure necessary to adequately maintain forest health through resource removal and to recover from the worst that can happen to you when you don't maintain forestry health. And right now, we are, as a state, and probably as a national region, woefully short for a number of reasons on the infrastructure to adequately deal with the resources that need to come out of the forest, both to maintain forest health on a day-to-day basis and to recover from a catastrophic forest fire such as rimfire. Somehow we need to be making investment both in terms of money to build that infrastructure, but also in terms of long-term commitments to the business, in the industry, to allow them to make a profit. And I'm not talking about, overwhelming amount of profit, but they've got to make enough profit to make it worthwhile to be in business. And we're just not doing that. And I don't see us doing that here for all the reasons that Mo articulated, but nonetheless, I think that is the most serious problem that we've got, because we can keep fighting forest fires and eventually putting them out and then watching wood rot in the forest. But until we get a handle on the forest health and we get a handle on being able to recover from catastrophic forest fires, we're just going to continue to have this problem, and it's going to escalate. So I'm off my soapbox.
Thank you for the comment. Supervisor Royce.
Sure. I see two things on here. I see fuel breaks and I see reservoir storage. And I keep saying this, it just sticks in my mind. I think the best kind of fuel break there is a reservoir. And I think looking at reservoir storage, not just for fighting fires, but actually strategically locating reservoirs as fuel breaks to defend their communities. So behind Groveland and Tuolumne, you have different areas. There's canyons, and you can do on-stream or off-stream. I know there's a lot of those are big projects, and there's a lot of political dynamics to those things. But I think trying to look at those two together makes a lot of sense.
Can I know you're trying to wrap this up, but I want to emphasize also that, as I understood it from a lot of the conversations that I've sat in, is we're looking for demonstration projects that have the capacity to be duplicated in other areas. And again, I'll get back to how do we do things differently out on the landscape, and the conversations around watershed scale projects that can support the infrastructure that's needed to get the work done.
Okay, I want to ask for some public comment. Go ahead, Mr. Pedro. What I'm going to ask for, we have a group here for a 10:30 appointment. It's going to take some time to set up. Are you willing to wait an extra 10 minutes? Okay, so go ahead.
Okay, well, the last thing I was just going to comment on, well, let me just go back to this last point, because it is critically important. You guys are hitting it, and we get it, as your staff, about the healthy forest, practices, demonstration, finding different ways to do things, because what we've been doing has not been working, really well. I'm hoping, but not knowing, what's going to come out of particularly the Forest Service and CAL FIRE, proposals. There's a lot in the Forest Service proposals, so hopefully a lot of what you're talking about will come out there. Don't know, but as we know more, we'll encourage people to come here and provide a more comprehensive report. Really, today was to focus on the county or county partnership stuff, but at the same time give you an idea of what's out there. So we may be totally selling this short. It's not my intention to do the comprehensive presentation here, but I may be selling short totally the work that's being contemplated by some of these other folks. But while they're refining things, I feel like I'll be getting on the phone this afternoon and talking to some of these other partners and saying, here's some of the words that we heard from the board today. Are you guys, building these capacities in? Both the folks that Mo's working with this NDRC project, like for private sector ability to participate, but also some of these other governmental partners. Are you trying to build in some of these thoughts that you guys are sharing? And if so, how are you doing it? But the other thing, Mr. Chairman, is I was looking at this and talking with Mo. Time is short to get this stuff in, and I know that's going to alter our work in our office, because we really need to focus down, and we work well as a team, and we have the other departments that are doing their work that they can do themselves. But there's some things that we're just going to have to really focus down as an office to write up these, finish writing these proposals is one. But second is, in order, particularly on these facilities, where we want to get good estimates on those, I'm going to need the help of architects and some engineers at a very high level. That was not in a budget, anywhere. But, we could take some swags and then totally miss it, and then say, why didn't we do this better the first time around? So without, having time to really think about it, I was going to ask your board for you're okay to go ahead and expend up to $100,000 on engineers, consultants to get us good cost estimates or check what we've done. And that's even like that radio project. That's critical. I think they've done some good work, but we could be low. And the only way you can really know is to get some other eyeballs on this stuff to get us some good estimates.
We need good information, but we certainly can't miss this opportunity. I don't know if, would that be an action item now, or do you want to bring it back?
I need your authority to move forward. The budget I mentioned in the agenda space sheet will need to come back as part of your final budget hearing. The default would always be contingencies, but we're going to have this thing evolving in our final budget hearing. Okay. But I can't wait. If we're going to do this, I've got to make contacts with people now and start getting those estimates.
Okay, I'll bring that matter back to the board.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure how much of this we can afford, but I can assure you that we cannot afford to miss the opportunity. That's the problem.
That's
so I
agreeable.
think we have to find a way to do this. So I'll move in favor of authorizing the $100,000 up to $100,000.
I'll second it.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask for public comment. So I think there's some people out there that wanted to come up and talk. So please come forward.
Chairman Carl Dambacker. My concern is $200,000 is a lot of money. We have 58 counties, and we have the federal government that are being paid. We have employees that are working on these very issues, coast to coast, west coast, east coast, north and south. Could we look at what's available right now with existing employees from Sacramento to D.C. that can help us versus spending $200,000 for consultants? No disrespect to the value. I'm just saying, before we spend money, can we see what's available based on our condition?
The number was 100,000.
Oh, I thought I heard 200,000. 100. All right, my mistake. Is there any way we could try and save 100 by finding out what's available based on our condition?
I think that that's an approach that we're always going to take to try to save as much as we can. That's what we do. The biggest problem we have is we're under a real limited time frame.
Well,
Mr. Pedro.
and I said it, I'll say it again, like our fire officials know what they need and what those costs are. Our ambulance folks know that. Our engineering staff, they know those kinds of things. But when it comes to these kinds of specialty buildings, in many cases that we're talking about, and these are essential service buildings, that's a very specific area of architecture and cost estimating. We do have some earlier estimates from some earlier program documents, but those are stale. And I know there is no one in county government that has that expertise, and we need it timely. And I would be going to the people we're working with, like on our Law and Justice Center today, that I know the board's had good experience with, and going to them. I wouldn't spend one dime more than we need to, but I figured I needed to put a cap on it for your comfort, but I won't spend one dime more than we absolutely need to.
Okay, any more public comment?
I don't know if I can qualify as public, but Duke York, Deputy Director in charge of roads engineering. One of the things that we're doing in conjunction with preparing our applications is we're doing a tremendous amount of coordination with other agencies. And I know Mo has been doing outreach on this issue as well, but I have been making multiple contacts with GCSD in coordination with our roads and their utility improvements to make sure that they dovetail. I've also been in contact with Twin Heart Community Services District. They're in that affected zone. Of course, TUD, we have been sending paperwork back and forth between our lists and their lists. Miwok Mutual Water, we have a current project where they're expanding their water system that will affect roads. CAL FIRES, SWIFT, dealing with some of those road systems that are a little hard to find a home for. U.S. Forest Service, and City and County of San Francisco, because we are going to be making application to acquire the Hetch Hetchy right-of-way as outlined in what you have before you. TITA, we've been in contact with them, and Caltrans. So, a lot of these applications, one of the best things we can do in qualifying these for funding is to show that we have partners. And we are working on a spreadsheet that's going to show who some of those partners are on these various projects. And we're also working on a GIS map. I know that we don't have it for you today, but we are going to have that put together, and it will show some of the interrelationships that occur with all of these projects, because they are all interrelated to some degree in making us more resilient.
We need a coordination point so that everybody's project is tied together. That's something that I know that staff understands, and we just need to move for that. Any more public comment? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board we have a motion, first by Supervisor Hanvelt, second by Supervisor Rodefer, and the motion is
to approve that
up to
$100,000.
Yeah, go ahead, just because it's been a while.
To direct staff to proceed with the draft list of proposed national disaster resiliency competition projects, including potential expenditures of funding for consultant services, to refine the project scope and cost in the amount of $100,000 as presented.
All right, thank you. So now I'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed, none, passes 5-0. Thank you. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We need one more supervisor. Will the clerk please read our 10:30 appointment at 10:42?
This is a presentation by Amador Tuolumne Community Action Agency on the 2015 point-in-time homeless census.
Good morning, Supervisor Gray and members of the board and county staff. My name is Beetle Barber. I work for the Amador Tuolumne Community Action Agency. I'm also a very active member of the Central Sierra Continuum of Care, which is basically the organization that puts together the point-in-time homeless survey every year. I didn't want to be up here alone. Apparently, I am alone at this table right now. But
looks like you had a lot of people having your back.
Yes, people got my back here. I'm really happy to say that. I'd like to do a quick introduction. Most of the staff here work for the Community Action Agency. They're part of the Tuolumne housing staff, and they all have jobs to do. So they just really came to see, so you could see their faces, and they're probably going to leave afterwards. So. I will start on this end. Jema Padavana is running our rental assistance program right now. It's a very active program. We're working with Tuolumne County Health and Human Services on the CalWorks Housing Support Program, which is for families on CalWorks. It's really one of the more exciting programs that we've been able to hook up with, helping homeless families. Beside her is Eva Cuesto. She's assisting Jema right now, and both of them stay very busy. Eva has 25 to 28 phone calls a day for people needing rental assistance. Next to her is Betty Mann. We borrowed her from Amador County. She was actually hired over in Amador County. She is wrapping up the last of our foreclosure intervention program we did for a number of years. Back during the failure of the housing market, we had many families that were facing homelessness because they were losing their homes that they had built. So Betty is finishing that up. And although there are still some foreclosures happening, we feel like we're probably on the downslope of that, we're happy to say. Next to Betty is the person who actually should be sitting at the table with me here, and I'm going to bring him up. He is currently the chair of the Central Sierra Continuum of Care. He is a consultant to ATCA on our Homeless Management Information System, which is a database, and we'll be talking about that and how it helps us to come up with the numbers we're going to present to you today. His name is Jerry Cadat. He's also executive director of Sierra Hope. And sitting beside Jerry is Dwayne Lilly. He's our newest hire. He is the homeless outreach coordinator, and he has learned a huge amount since he started work in January, and I'm hoping that I'll be able to coax him into saying a few things. Sitting behind Jerry is our shelter coordinator, Sheila Rhodes. Everybody calls her Sammy. And although we're going to talk to you today about the point-in-time homeless survey, that one 24-hour period where we went out and surveyed homeless, Sammy works at the shelter and sees many more homeless people throughout the year. And so I'm going to ask her to do a little bit of statistics as well. I want to thank you. I want to thank this body. In 2007, we came before this body and asked for support to put together the Central Sierra Continuum of Care and to pursue the funding possibilities that were available to us through the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. A different group of supervisors, but very supportive. And I see that support here again today. And we really appreciate you often are thinking on a countywide scale, and today we're asking you to focus on a small group of people, and we appreciate that you are engaged, that you continue to be engaged, and that you supported us back then has moved us so much further forward than we were at the time. We now have a homeless management information system, which is one of the most powerful tools that we've had to help us understand what is actually going on with the homeless. I like to say data doesn't lie. And having this data, we have measurable outcomes. We are, since 2011, we started working on this in 2009. HUD makes you go back to the beginning and sort of reinvent the wheel so that you'll learn the process. So ATCA is the lead agency. We have a consulting contract with Jerry Cadot. We hold the licenses with Bell Data, the vendor for the Homelessness Management Information System. And it has been an invaluable tool, and we'll be talking more about it today. The last thing I want to say before we just start crunching some numbers, of course, there are many, many stories under all of these numbers. I don't know that we're going to have time to talk about them all today. We have a friend of ATCA, Marty, who traveled today from Groveland to talk about an encounter he had with a homeless woman up there. I don't know if you're following the news reports, but apparently half of Groveland is concerned that there are homeless people staying in the park. And so Marty actually got up close, and he has a story to tell. I've printed it, and we're going to hand it out before he gets up to speak. I'm going to ask Jerry if he would come up now and take us through some of these charts. The first one that's on the board right now is exactly that. It is a chart, and I'm going to pass this to you.
Thanks, Beetle. Good morning. This is fairly simple that I prepared here. There's only 4 slides, and I don't think it'll take too long to go through. But this first chart here is a count, shows the both the sheltered and unsheltered point-in-time count for Tuolumne County. It looks at bed capacity for 2 types of shelters, the emergency shelters and transitional housing. And then how many households. Now, a household can be a family with children, or it can be a single individual who would be a household of 1. And then the total people in all households, including both households and children with children and single adults or couples. So as you can see here, we had unsheltered. That means people staying out on the street, in their cars, under bridges, wherever. We were able to find in Tuolumne County on the night of the count 135 households consisting of 166 people in those households. The emergency shelters, there are 2. There's the ATCA's emergency shelter for people who are homeless, and then also the Center for Nonviolent Communities has a shelter for people fleeing domestic violence. Those are the only 2 emergency shelters in Tuolumne County. So in those 2 shelters, they have a combined bed capacity of 37 beds. There were 15 households housed in those shelters on the night of the count, 22 total people. Now, one of the things to keep in mind is that the domestic violence shelters, those beds are not available for the general homeless population. So if they're not full, even though they may have some empty beds, those beds aren't necessarily available to be filled unless there are people who are actually fleeing domestic violence on that night. Transitional housing, again, the transitional housing is operated, ATCA has 2 projects of transitional housing for families with children. Actually, Tuolumne County Social Services has a small transitional housing unit, Hope House, for youth age 18 to 24, originally set up for youth aging out of foster care. Center for Nonviolent Community has some transitional housing for families fleeing domestic violence. And so they had a combined bed capacity of 47. 10 households were housed in 28 people. And then something, while HUD doesn't consider couch surfers people who are staying temporarily with this friend a few nights and that friend a few nights, they don't consider them homeless. We know that in rural areas, because there aren't a lot of services, shelter services, that's the way a lot of people are getting by. And so when we conduct our count, we like to include them for our own local purposes to give us a better local picture, although those numbers aren't reported to HUD. So we found 33 households of people who were claimed to be couch surfing, 50 people.
Before you flip the page, just a couple of things that I wanted to add here. In the world of bureaucracies and federal agencies, there are 7 definitions of homeless. And we operate under the one with the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. It's a page and a half long. It's as narrowing of the eye of the needle as you can possibly imagine, and down to number of days before you're evicted from somewhere. We really like the one that the U.S. Department of Education does, which is lacks a decent place to live. And so that's why we count couch surfers, because they are reflected in the numbers of homeless children that the county schools office does year after year after year. That's most of the time, that's where you'll find families that have their children in school are going to be couch surfing, and it becomes a very important statistic for us for that reason. Also, I wanted to mention that in transitional housing, you'll notice that the number of persons, 28, is less than the bed capacity, and that's because transitional units are designed for families with children, and you can't dictate how many children there are in the family. So, for example, ATCA's project out in Columbia, we have 3 manufactured homes. 1 is a 3-bedroom, and 2 are 2-bedroom. And if you just have a mother and an infant, you can't turn them away because there are not enough members of the family. The same thing is true for CNVC. Their 6 transitional units are all multi-bedroom. And so if you have a small family, then that's all you can put in that apartment. So we often don't have 100% utilization of the transitional beds. I'm going to let Jerry continue now with our housing inventory chart. You didn't receive this in your handout, so I'm going to come pass it out.
Okay, and you may have it, I think Christina gave you a new packet, but in addition to the point-in-time homeless count, another requirement that occurs in the same time is our housing inventory count, and this is where we look at the actual number of beds and units in different categories that are available for housing people who are homeless. And there are 3 categories that we report on. Emergency shelters. Emergency shelters are generally designed to do just that. They provide emergency shelter for up to 60 days for people who are experiencing homelessness. Transitional housing is a way of kind of bridging that and helping people get back on their feet, and can allow up to 2 years for somebody to stay in transitional housing while they work on different aspects and receive case management and support to get their life in order, and hopefully after that are able to move in and live independently. And then permanent supportive housing is another category that we report on. People who are in permanent supportive housing aren't considered homeless because it is permanent housing, but it is part of the solution to our homeless issue. Permanent supportive housing is designed for people who are homeless at the time they enter the program and who have a permanent physical or mental disability. So usually this disability prevents them from having employment. If they have disability benefits, maybe they have SSI, they're living on less than $900 a month. Some have no income at all. So it's unlikely that they're going to be able to find an apartment to live independently. Permanent supportive housing provides, in addition to housing, it provides support services such as case management, assistance with accessing medical and mental health care, and such. People can stay in that housing for as long as they need, as long as they continue to be disabled. Once they're in there, generally the turnover rate is pretty low. My agency operates one permanent supportive housing project with 2 units here in Tuolumne County. One of the things with permanent supportive housing that is helpful is that helps support the program is that participants can be charged a program fee of up to 30% of their income. So somebody on SSI is maybe paying $250 a month for their housing and support services, with HUD grants and other matching funds picking up the rest. So I broke this down by not only project type, but also by the agency that's providing it, and also by the target population, because different agencies are addressing different target populations. For instance, most of ATCA's program are targeting families with children, and in some cases, individual adults who are experiencing homelessness. While CNVC, of course, they're targeting people who are fleeing domestic violence. We have Tuolumne County's Mental Health Services Act, operates a couple of permanent supportive housing projects for people who have severe mental illness. And then, of course, there's Hope House, also operated by Tuolumne County, which is for homeless youth 18 to 24.
This is an area, this bed capacity, where we have really been able to move forward. And because of your support and because we were successful in applying for funds to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, they basically dictate to us what we can do with those funds, and it has all been, almost every penny of it has gone to permanent supportive housing. We see very good successes with permanent supportive housing. So we're almost ready to admit that HUD was right on this, that this is one of the solutions to homelessness, is permanent supportive housing, where you can get somebody into a house and deal with all their other problems later. It's very important that they have that secure housing, and then the outcomes become, they move forward. They reduce their use of substances, or they stabilize their mental illness, or both. Many people are dual diagnosed, meaning that they abuse substances and they have a mental illness. And so we have seen some wonderful successes and continue to. And so we're very much in support of this program. I would like to go over this next chart with you, because I don't believe that everybody can automatically read this chart, but I would also like if Jerry would just give a brief overview of how we put together the point in time, what's involved.
Okay, so the point in time, we generally start a few months beforehand looking at what the HUD requirements. This year we actually took a questionnaire that was touted by HUD as a model and was supposed to collect all the data that they wanted. We then look also at, within the continuum, are there other questions or other data that we want to collect for local needs. We have volunteers from each of the counties. These are people, a lot of staff from both county agencies and nonprofit organizations, as well as volunteers from churches, just general community, who are trained to go out on the night of the count and actually look for people. And of course, in an area like this, we're never going to find everybody. We do the best we can, and maybe we find 25% of the people actually out there if we're lucky. We count, HUD requires us to count both unsheltered people living on the streets, in their cars, etc., and sheltered people who are in emergency housing, emergency shelters or transitional housing. As you can see, just basically from the numbers here, we had more than twice as many males as females in the unsheltered population. We found there were 10 children under 18 in the unsheltered population and another 20 youth 18 to 24. I think our racial and ethnic populations are probably pretty representative of our local demographics. Some of the subpopulations we look at, of course, veterans, and there were 23 unsheltered veterans that were located. Chronic homeless, this is another HUD definition. Somebody who is chronically homeless must be, 1, disabled, and 2, they must have been homeless for continuously for 1 year, or homeless on at least 4 separate occasions in the last 3 years. One of the things we were interested in, just for our local information here, because we felt that there were people who were working but weren't earning enough to be able to afford housing, is how many of the people that we find actually have jobs. And so you can see here that that on the unsheltered population, there were 21 people who reported that they had part-time jobs, another 7 who were in the sheltered population. We were curious as to whether they had, those that said that they were disabled were accessing disability benefits. We wanted to know whether they had health coverage. With the Affordable Care Act and the expanded Medi-Cal, and I know ADCA is doing some outreach to help people access Medi-Cal. That was one of the questions that we had. I won't read all of these to you, but Beetle may have some others that she'd like to point out, and certainly happy to answer questions if you have them.
So there are 2 points that I'd like to make. The first is the last handout is very specific to veterans, and we did this because there's been an interest expressed from board members and also from the Homeless Steering Committee in exactly how does our HMIS kind of drill down. And so we took the veteran population and took a much closer look at it. It doesn't tell us everything. For example, under other disability, on the survey, we asked about traumatic brain injuries and PTSD, and we got a lot of positive responses throughout all of the homeless population to those. It's as though if you ask them if they have a disability, it doesn't really resonate with them, but when you say a very specific thing like a traumatic brain injury, they do respond to that, and a lot of those were yes answers. They all got grouped under other disability because ultimately these are HUD's guidelines. They're not as interested in the details as we are in responding as a community. But just the fact that there were this many veterans who were homeless, very few of them were in shelter, some of them were couch surfing, but most of them were out there living on the street. It gives us a target now, something that we can aim for. And as you know, this had almost immediate results. The Veterans Administration offered to our continuum of care 10 VASH, Veterans Administrative Supportive Housing vouchers, and we have organizations like Catholic Charities and Give Someone a Chance who have stepped up to start putting together those homeless veterans with this opportunity for housing. The other thing that I wanted to say on here is the total people count, the black line about a third of the way down here, is 264. And I would like to reflect back onto the housing inventory chart to see the total number of beds we have. What we have available is 98. What we have, population needing beds, is 264. So ultimately, all of this data comes down to analyzing the gap between what we have, what services we have, and what beds we can offer, and how much population needs them. And the estimate is that 90% or more of these folks who are homeless will need rental housing. And so if there's one drum that I would like to beat before you, it is that there is not enough rental housing. I do not believe that shelters and temporary housing is a solution to homelessness. I believe that it is housing, and again, it's going to be rental housing for almost all of these people. We're doing our dead level best to get as many of these people into rental housing as we can. In our CalWorks Housing Support Program, we have 11 families who are basically circling the county now trying to find a rental. And these are families with children who are homeless. They are receiving benefits through CalWorks. They know that they have the support of a housing program and will be able to receive assistance with their rent and all other kinds of things, but they cannot find rentals. And so today we'd really like to make a plea. If there are private landlords out there, private property managers who haven't worked with ATCA before, because we've worked with many of them in this county, we're here and we would really love to be working with you.
Peter, would you give your phone number and
Sure.
address and everything?
I'm always happy to do that. I'm at my desk Monday through Friday from 9 to 5, and anyone can call me. It's 209 area code 533-1397, extension 251. Please do call. One last thing I'd like to say. This came up, and it continues to come up a lot, I think, with law enforcement, which is the idea that somehow the more we do for homeless, the more they'll be drawn to us and they'll come here from other areas. And I just want you to know that, we're part of a regional homeless planning consortium, and we deal with nationwide, other agencies, jurisdictions, counties, cities, communities, and there are people in every single one of those jurisdictions who say the same thing. And it can't work both ways, We are not attracting people from Modesto and Stanislaus County because our churches offer free food. Their churches offer free food, and our homeless are not attracted to go down to Modesto and Stanislaus County because of the free food. Same thing with Roseville and Sacramento. They've actually sort of skirmished in public about, well, you're just not doing enough for your homeless, and we serve too much food, so they come here. It's true all the way across the boards. Homeless really don't travel that much. And during the winter, when we do the survey in January, we're pretty sure that we're getting homegrown homeless population.
Okay. Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah, Beetle, just that 264 count. What's the trend year to year?
It's been about the same. The very first year we did this, we only concentrated on Tuolumne County. It was 2004. It was back before a lot of cuts in staff to the county. We had 6 public health nurses who went out and did this kind of work all the time, and we counted 400. But since that time, things have scaled back, and we only do this countywide outdoor count on the odd years, 2011, 2013, 2015. It's been about the same.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Hanveld.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, by the way, and a lot of work went into it. 264, that's what you picked up in the survey. What do you think the error band is? I mean, you got at least 264.
Right.
Yeah, because you didn't double count. But how many do you think we really have? How many did you miss?
We don't want to overestimate, but the number one characteristic of homeless people in rural areas is that they hide. They do not want to be counted. Urban areas, you get homeless, lying on cardboard boxes on the street, and they are much more willing to be counted. I think that, HUD has downgraded its estimate based on their urban partners to you get about a third of them. When we first started doing this, they said rural areas will get about a tenth.
Okay.
So we need a lot more than 100 houses, rentals.
Well, that would be a good start.
Okay.
It would definitely be a good start.
So my next question
is,
and maybe you can't answer this, but I mean, you and I have talked about this. I'm curious how you feel the effectiveness of our homeless programs are. The goal, obviously, or at least in my mind, is to get these people, at least those that want to be off the street. And I don't know what percentage that is. I'm not sure 90% is the right number, because I think you mentioned 90. But get them off the street and where it's possible to make them independently, go to independent living, where they're not needing a lot of assistance, or at least minimize that. And I mean, that's one of ATCA's goals, is take people from dependency to independence. So how effective do you think our programs are, and which are most effective?
Where we have moved the needle is family homelessness. It's interesting because when we first started working with HUD, their emphasis was on chronic homeless. We're not really sure why they picked that population, maybe because they're the scariest looking. They're the ones with the grocery carts and, you know, wearing the dirty raincoats, and the ones that look the scariest. And that was the first thing out of the gate when HUD started saying we're going to end homelessness. They said we're going to end homelessness among chronically homeless by, and I think it was 2015. They weren't able to do it. The next place of emphasis was on veterans, and they had to move that back to, I think they said 2015, and they've moved it back to 2017. There has been, nationwide, there's been really good progress on ending homelessness among veterans because they're just really putting money into it. Interesting, if you followed the Notice of Funding Availability for Proposition 41, that was a large amount of money to end veterans' homelessness in California. Stakeholder meetings were held all over the state of California, and we attended, and we said, you know, by your own statistics, 42% of veterans enlisted from rural areas. So why don't you put 42% of this money in housing for veterans in rural areas so they can move home? And they didn't. The first year out the gate, it's all going to go to urban areas. So we moved the needle with family homelessness because that's what we believed in. That's what, you know, Sammy Rhodes at the shelter, the things that, what touches her the most are these children who are out there and who are homeless. And so we put every bit of ATCA's resources into that. You know, our emergency shelter is pretty much dedicated to families with children. We set all the rules, they're very strict rules, so that those children will be safe. And yes, I mean, if you go back to 2004, and I can bring you those statistics if you'd like to see, we used to have a lot more family homelessness than we have now. We've got rental assistance programs that will truly help them. So with success, you know, in that area.
Just one last comment, and you and I are familiar with the case I'm going to comment on. I really believe this is a case-by-case solution. It's not one size fits all. I mean, and you and I know about the case I'm referring to. Successfully, he's off the street for 22 months now. That's pretty amazing. And he's dedicated not to going back on the street, but that's just one case. And that's, appreciate what you do.
Thank you. On our housing inventory chart, we have a number of those permanent supportive housing. And yes, it is case-by-case basis, although I guarantee you, if we had more rental housing, we would be able to move more of them off the streets a lot faster. We did ask Marty to come up, Marty Bolar from Groveland Evangelical Free Church. As I mentioned, there have been a lot of people driving past the park and observing that there were homeless there, and Marty was on the ground and spoke to a woman and actually made a big difference in her life. So, and you have the handout that he wrote up. We greatly appreciate him.
Oh, I'm sorry, they already have this handout?
Yes, they did.
Again, I was invited, I'm familiar with ATCA. I'm involved with the food pantry up at the church in Groveland. And if I'd have known this was going to be a handout, I suppose I'd have maybe...
Excuse me, we don't have that handout. I want to add that anything that's been handed to the board is available from the clerk, public, if you wish it. After the meeting, or during our break if we have one.
Okay. And again, I was invited to share. I assumed it was 5 minutes. I asked for 10 minutes, and they told me I had 1 minute. So anyway, so maybe the play-by-play there gets maybe a little boring, but the first maybe 3 paragraphs will interest you most. Again, I'm retired up in Groveland, working with our food pantry, that we get most of our food, if you will, from ATCA. That was the tip of the iceberg when I realized when I first got involved that they do immense work throughout the Tuolumne County, and it's more than just handing folks food on a monthly basis or a weekly basis. That's how I initially got involved with this. I was overwhelmed, well, not overwhelmed, but I guess initially at our food closet handing out groceries, I realized we had some folks there with lots of other needs and questions, and I did not have the answers. Where to direct them. Something as simple as the PG&E care program for folks that are struggling with their PG&E bill. There's gas and water and all these other agencies that are involved in helping folks that have got problems with that. This is a source that I use. You're probably familiar with it. I think I counted about 110 agencies in here, and it's also overwhelming to have folks to try to deal with this, but I use this as a reference, and it's helpful, but there's just a number of agencies. Yeah, and I guess the point being there, too, there is a consortium of, I think, social service folks here where they're trying to tighten this up to get specific names and phone numbers of who to call us who are looking to lead and get through this, that we're able to get a hold of somebody who actually answers the phone. To my amazement, Beetle answers the phone. Also found that when you get to the end of this thing, the story doesn't end because it was still in process when I got invited up here. Maybe to reemphasize the rental assistance, the lady I'm working with wants to be helped, has some income through her deceased husband's Social Security. I'm not quite sure what that is, survivor benefits. She has some income, and I also find up in Groveland that we have some low-income housing there. A phone call to them says that they've got openings and are taking applications for, I think, single bedroom, double bedroom, and maybe 3-bedroom. That lady has got a son who's currently a couch surfer, I guess is the term. So the intent would be to get both of them in that. And the great news is, again, through Beetle and I guess ATCA, there are programs with this rental assistance that will absorb a lot of that. And again, maybe to reinforce that, without that, I don't know what we would do with her. She's currently in a hotel, motel here in town, and she's there for a couple more days. And anyway, we're moving forward for that. And I guess the point being, too, that the problem with this lady is she wants to be helped. She's anxious to participate, as opposed to perhaps the mental cases, if you will, who are on the street, who I understand just continue to refuse services. So I've got a solution, so to speak, for these sort of folks, but the mental, I just don't know what to do there, and I don't know what the answer is. The other point is Groveland is quite a bit removed from the hub here in Sonora. Transportation's an issue. And I guess housing and pets and transportation in terms of finding homes for people become big deals. This, I think, is an area where the faith-based community could get involved, and specifically that's maybe where I come into play with our church up in Groveland. All of these folks that are hardworking and doing their best, but there are areas to fall through the cracks, and I think the faith-based communities, particularly I'm volunteering with our church, maybe it's as easy as just transportation to Sonora, and it may be as simple as getting folks to court dates so these things don't spiral out of control. So I think there's rooms there, and I'm working on that, attending a lot of meetings, trying to meet who's who and how we can partner together. And the Social Services Department is doing the same thing, which is commendable. I think that's it. The other thing sometimes is, while Elder Lane has got some room is available. Here's a 20-page application. I haven't even looked at it yet, but these folks will need assistance with these sorts of things too, and I'm not sure, again, whether that's where up there in Groveland and faith-based could perhaps be some assistance there. Anyway, I think that's it, and I thank you for your time.
And also thank you for what you do. I know when I had a few calls on what was going on in the park, the first place I suggested that they contact was ATCA, and I think that got the ball rolling. So really thank you for all the effort that was done through that.
Yeah, in fact, law enforcement, I met with a fellow there. He was responding to complaints of homeless in the park. Not a deficiency on their part, but he was unaware of this brochure and the newer, if you will, recruits and police and law enforcement. They could get some assistance with how to approach and where to call to direct these people.
Some more training.
They're as baffled as I am sometimes about the system. So anyway.
All right, thank
you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for
Anything
allowing
else?
us here today.
Again, thank you for what you do. And
Just a quick comment, John.
yes, go ahead.
And thank you, Beatles, so much for this, and especially for dispelling a couple of the myths, which are, that we're attracting folks here by providing them some very basic needs, food being first and foremost, and also that the homeless population is really growing at alarming rates. This really points out that maybe the demographics are changing, and we do have some huge issues to tackle with this. But most importantly, as a number of us have been meeting for some time now, the faith-based organizations are such a key piece of this, as are the nonprofits. Give someone a chance. They are really providing services that are so needed right now, as we look for some of these solutions. So, thank you.
Okay, anything else? All right, thank you. Will the clerk please read our 11 o'clock appointment, and I apologize, it's 11:23.
This is a presentation and general update by California State Association of Counties.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members. My name is Matt Cate. I'm the Executive Director of the California State Association of Counties. I want to say thank you for the invitation to be here today. It is critical that the association, in my view, comes out to the counties, meets with boards, listens to citizens in your county so that we can have the best possible viewpoint of what's happening here in Tuolumne as well as other counties throughout California. With your permission, I'll give just a brief background on CSAC and tell you a little bit about what we're doing and then discuss the budget, and then I would love to get some feedback, if that's okay, Mr. Chair.
Please go forward.
Thank you. So I was noticing on my way up the map on the first floor of this building from 1882, I think, first county map. CSAC started 13 years after that. And originally it was the County Supervisors Association of California, and I think it probably only took 13 years for the supervisors here to get fed up with Sacramento and with Washington, D.C., and decide they needed to band together. And so as an association, we've been doing that since 1895. 30 years ago, we expanded, changed the name to the Association of Counties because we found that the county administrators and the county councils and the engineers and the men and women who are involved in weights and measures, anything you can think of, are all working really on statewide issues. And so we've expanded to include those affiliate organizations. We have 4 central missions. The first and probably primary one is advocacy. We don't provide campaign contributions to anybody in Sacramento or Washington, D.C., and so our strategy really is to hire subject matter experts. So we have 6 lobbyists that work full-time at CSAC, and each one of them is hired and trained in a specific window. So I brought with me today Darby Kernan. She's recently hired as our Administration of Justice lobbyist because she comes from that background. And so similarly on environment and ag and natural resources and housing, land use and transportation and health and human services. We try to have expertise we try to be the people that legislators and members of Congress and the administration can come to for answers. Secondly, we have to be right on the issue. We have to be asking for what is best for Californians, and really we get that from you. We depend on our board, Supervisor Royce and Supervisor Hanfeld, who have been typically sitting on my board, to get that information. And then we try to craft, if we can, public policy that we believe where we can go in with a white hat on and say, we're right about this, and we have the facts, and so you need to do this thing, even though, as I said, we don't contribute to campaigns. And it's not easy, frankly, sometimes, to be able to speak with one voice in Sacramento. The issues and beliefs of the supervisors here it may not be the same as in Los Angeles or in Marin on some issues. And so it's a challenge. And what we try to do is we try to find common ground. There are some things we all agree on. For example, the state should pay counties for its mandates. That's something we all can agree on. There are other issues that help some counties and don't hurt others, like jail projects. And so we can get behind that. And we can get L.A., who needs jail money, to agree with Tuolumne, who needs jail money. And then sometimes we just have to help each other. And so that's the importance of the CSAC conference. And that's why I've seen a number of you there, and I appreciate the fact that you attend and take part in the Association of Counties, because that's where a supervisor from this county can talk to Supervisor Kanabe, who's my board member from L.A., and try to work out some mutual arrangement on a way to lobby on a particular issue that may matter more for one than the other, or where we may share a common voice. But I got to tell you, one of the hardest parts of this job is to try to find those points where we can get all our members behind on a particular issue, because that's where we really have power. Outside of that, it's easy for the groups that really are traditional lobbying firms and those giving money to win the day. We also have an extensive communication program, so you've probably got our video feeds, our website, all of those kinds of things, really just trying to inform our members, the 296 supervisors of California. We have an extensive education program. The CSAC Institute, I know a number of you have attended the New Supervisors Institute and have attended classes along the way. We're expanding this year to San Diego, expanded last year, to San Diego, this year to Merced, and we may even look for another field site to try to bring as much training, education to supervisors, department heads, and county leaders as we can. And then finally, we have a legal program that not everyone is aware of. I spoke to Jennifer Henning on the way up, and she mentioned that your county council takes part regularly in their association. We regularly file what are known as amicus briefs in both the California Supreme Court and the United States Supreme Court on issues that matter to all counties. And we only do that when we really, again, speak with one voice. And so the County Councils Association works hard on that. And we also work closely with the CAOs Association on the budget in particular. This year, the budget came in at $115 billion. That's $7 billion in unanticipated revenue. About $5.2 billion of that went to schools through Prop 98. 1.2 went to debt service and savings under Prop 2. CSAC, is really one of our primary priorities over the last 2 years has been the repayment of the $1 billion that the state owes counties for unfunded mandates performed before 2004. And so a big chunk of that money is headed our way. Here in Tuolumne County, I believe, and Mr. Pedro can correct me if I'm wrong, just over $900,000 in principal should have either arrived or have arrived, and then another $210,000 on the way in interest is what I think will end up in 2004 mandates here, something along those numbers. So it's real money, and it matters. We are also, as you are probably aware, involved in a special session right now on transportation and on health and human services issues. The road index, the condition of the roads here, this county scored 47 out of 100. And so it's tough. And what we found is that throughout rural Northern California, where you have changes in weather that are more extreme than elsewhere, where you have large vehicles that are on the roads, and where, frankly, and this is where Sacramento misses the boat so often, the economic upturn that they've been feeling in the Silicon Valley for the last 5 years and in San Diego and other places has not been felt evenly throughout the state. And so property taxes have not risen equally throughout the state, and so there's not as much funding available for roads evenly throughout the state. And so we've been making that argument. We know that it would take $438 million spent over 10 years just to get Tuolumne in a position where its roads were really in good condition for the future. It's way too much money for any one county to ever raise on its own. So we have been, we're asking the state and legislators on both sides of the aisle to address the issue. They have to find funding in one form or another to help us in this problem. And the federal government the same way. They have got to provide some funding, because as people leave, I heard someone make this point the other day, your driveway is connected to every road in California. Every street, every road, every highway, they're all connected in one way or the other. And our residents don't know a highway from a street from a road necessarily, but they all need to be fixed. I would also note that we're working on cap and trade issues. So $2 billion in cap and trade funding. None of it has been set aside for local government for our our projects that reduce greenhouse gases. So if you replace the windows, you do those kinds of things in a county building. None of those funds have been set aside yet, so we're arguing hard for that. We were fortunate to get a little bit of money for county fairs, a little bit of money in state PILT. We have a long way to go in those areas still. And then we do have full-time lobbyists working in Washington, D.C. Next week we'll be going to the National Association of Counties to meet with our lobbyists and to meet with the national leaders to talk about the issues that, whether they be forestry, that Supervisor Hanfeld has been really a lion at CSAC on those issues, to issues related to transportation, to federal PILT, to secure rural schools. All these we need support from the federal government. I want to close with this. CSAC, I tell my staff all the time, as the executive director, as staff at the Association of Counties, this organization does not belong to us. We are stewards of your organization. So the 5 county supervisors here and your colleagues throughout the state, you're the owners of CSAC. And it's our business to try to understand what you need and to go fight for that in ways that you can believe in. And so, as I said, part of that is you reaching out to us. So this county has supervisors and staff, senior leaders who have been very involved statewide and as a result, very influential. And so I want to say thank you for that time and effort. I know that it's a drive, and I know that it takes a lot of time, and you've got your own district issues and your own county issues. And so to give additional time is very helpful. Again, Supervisor Rodefer, others have been very generous, and then also I think again the reason I'm here is to try to listen, to try to hear from you, and take back what I can from my staff in terms of mission and vision of CSAC and where we go for the future. So again, thank you very much for taking a few minutes out of your busy agenda, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Never short of time. First of all, thank you for being here. You two have a very busy schedule, and you work with 58 counties, and Tuolumne County is pretty small in terms of population. But we appreciate it, and we appreciate the efforts of CSAC. The rural counties are a little different than the urban counties, and our concerns and these wildland fires that are just going all over, and you missed it. I mean, you couldn't be here all day anyway, but we talked about this national disaster resiliency competition that we're actively involved in, but I see that as something that virtually all the rural counties of California will benefit from ultimately. How can CSAC help us with that?
Well, I see that there's a couple of points. One of One of that's education. Again, we've got to have everybody pulling in the same direction. I was thinking about this issue recently. My daughter goes to school at Azusa Pacific, a little university in northern Los Angeles County. And so it's right up against the Angeles mountain range and that forested area. And so we should have LA County care and be behind this issue, right? The same thing is true in San Diego. There's forests in that county. People don't realize it. We've got to have them pulling together. Right now, out of 120 legislators, 40 of our state legislators represent some part of Los Angeles County. They have got to pull on this issue at a state level. Federally, I think CSAC has to just continue to remind those state associations in the parts of the country that are flooded right now that there are still those of us out west who are parched and who are subject to these fires. And you know, the point that you've made over and over again that I think is starting to resonate with your colleagues is we've got to better manage those forests. And we cannot have forests that are full of this dead fuel and expect to not have these raging wildfires. Another example is the Western Interstate region has been starting to talk about this more. I'm going to leave a day early. In fact, I leave this Thursday to go back and attend the Western Interstate region of NACO to talk on these issues and to try to get some traction. I'm a little worried that people like you, Supervisor, have been, I don't want to, this is maybe it sound trite, but a voice in the wilderness, right, on this. There hasn't been nearly enough attention paid to it, and it just needs, these things only happen if you talk about it again and again and again, from my perspective.
Sherry's next.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Matt, for coming down to visit with us today. One thing that I would really like to stress is it often seems that rural counties, when a lot of these initiatives come up, are underrepresented compared to our urban counterparts. And there may be situations that we want to support. An example would be, we have one on our item today, which is AB 1335. But one of our concerns is that, as this legislation moves forward, that rural counties really be represented when these different committees are set up. And there are a number of examples, but I would encourage you to really try and advocate for participation and representation of rural counties on these statewide committees.
Thank you. Well, let me just do this also. I don't want to interrupt. I know there's other questions, but let me give you my cell phone number. And so if you see something and you're concerned that it looks like we've passed over it because maybe from the perspective in Sacramento, it looks like it's a minor issue, but it matters a lot to you. And if we don't step in that it may get passed, then shoot me a text or send me an email. My cell phone number, my personal cell is 916-862-4245. And just reach out. And it's mkate@counties.org if you want to email me. I see Supervisor Hanfeld writing it down. You've emailed
I've
me
already got it
15 times, so I'm sure you have
it. He's trying to figure out a way to get you off of his email.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I got one, but Carl, I think, was first.
Carl, you're next.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank CSAC for some things that aren't necessarily widely known, but one is the education opportunities and the training that you provide through the CSAC Institute. They were very valuable to me, and I really appreciate that's out there, not just for supervisors, but for staff as well. There's a couple of things, and one of them goes a lot to what Supervisor Brennan commented on. One of the things that I've seen as I've traveled around, not just the state, but also the within NACO as well, is it seems like a lot of the issues are kind of rotating around urban versus rural issues and differences, and especially in our state, I think that very often the one-size-fits-all approach that very common is the kind of the gut reaction in Sacramento isn't one that works real well when you get out, especially if the one size is sized for the urban area. It doesn't work real well in the rural. So that's something that I would challenge CSAC and the staff at CSAC, and also I'll keep pushing on our two reps, but that's one that I think that we need to keep in mind as we go forward. The other thing that I want to talk about, and it's something that I've been pushing for a while, and I think it really is one of the entry points to getting a common understanding of the total issues revolving around our especially the Sierras and the Cascades, is the nexus between forestry management and watershed management. Those two things are very, very important. You can't really discuss one without discussing the other one. I think that the partnership that CSAC has developed with Aqua is a key one, obviously, and I know that on the rural side, RCRC has a similar relationship with Mountain Counties Water Resource Association as well. Those kinds of associations, I think, are really important if we're ever going to get the LA counties to really understand why the forests matter to them. Because it's one thing, I mean, they have their own wildland fires and everything to deal with, but when it really touches their water supply, and it does, what happened in the Rim Fire and other fires, we happen to know about the Rim Fire, to the watershed of the Tuolumne in this particular case, and what happened to other watersheds, really will have a long-term future impact. And how we recover from those really talks to how we're going to protect the future of our watersheds. So that nexus is really important, and I would encourage you and the staff to really pound on that every chance you get. Again, thank you for all that you do for us, and I'll see you out in Charlotte.
Okay. Now they've taught me to always call it Mecklenburg County.
I'm sorry, I'll see you out in Mecklenburg County.
Thank you. I'm learning this. I'm still learning this county business. Just if I could, just a quick comment on those. Thank you, Supervisor. One of the areas I think we've done a decent job in pointing out the differences, large and small, has been in criminal justice, and that oftentimes, for example, in counties smaller than yours in particular, there won't be enough of a particular grant program to even be one position, right? And so you've got to have minimums for small counties, we've learned. And the other thing is you've got to have small county voice when we start dividing up the money. So this administration, at least, has entrusted CSAC with the job of dividing up funds that come statewide, and that includes, for example, the monies that came in for realignment, which was, a burden on everybody that we accepted. And it was really the CAOs. We had 9 CAOs, 3 from rural counties, who sat down to decide how that money should be divided. And once they were done with their work, finance accepted it as is. But we've got to have those representatives on those kinds of committees to make sure that everybody gets their fair share. LA, their belief is they should get more than their 30 or 33% because they have volume issues that others don't. I don't know, it's probably true, but that doesn't leave much for others. So anyway, that point is very well taken. I just wanted to note we're going to do everything we can with that. And then your point about Aqua and those other kind of partnerships, I think, is valid also. I started to get to know Tim Quinn, my colleague at Aqua, when we were talking about Prop 218 and the inability of some counties to be able to fund flood control, to flood stormwater management, and these other kind of tweeners. They're not drinking water, they're not sewer, and so you can't charge a fee, but you still have the California State Water Board providing greater and greater levels of requirements on stormwater, for example, on runoff, on all these kinds of technical issues, but no way to really raise the money to pay for it. And so we've joined with the League of Cities and with Aqua to do some polling statewide on what it would take to find a way for counties to have another approach toward addressing these kinds of problems. And it's just through that kind of partnership that I'm still learning those things, but you're right about that.
Supervisor Royce.
Sure, thank you. Thanks for being here, Matt. Really appreciate you reaching out like this. And I just want to compliment you, first of all, since the time that I've seen you start as the director. I think that you've done a really good job in unifying a lot of the different interests within CSAC. And I think statewide, with all your contacts and just the way you do business, you've added strength to CSEC as an organization. So as a representative for our board, from what I've seen, you do a fantastic job. One of the things I just wanted to highlight with all of this, which we don't deal with all the time, is economic development. Our board over the last 5 years, because of even longer really, but since I've been here 5 years, has really focused upon that as something that was a long-term goal to help really make our county better for our citizens, and also to just strengthen our revenues. I mean, we're growing our base, which supports all the services and things that we do. At the state level, it's a little bit different, and CSAC doesn't necessarily play a key role in that. But I think it's something that we can maybe look at doing more of, is focusing on economic development. One of the things within California that you hear about all the time is regulatory reform and all the constraints that private sector deals with bureaucratically and tax-wise. I mean, those are sensitive partisan issues in some ways, too. I know you got to be careful how you deal with that. But CEQA, in many cases, we've seen good projects that came through and ended up failing because of litigation, because of CEQA, and also NEPA, if you look at the federal issue. Those things kill us. And I think, if we could try to pursue some of those and have some wins and some successes, I think they would add a lot of value to us. So just food for thought.
Thank you, Supervisor. I'd say CEQA's hard.
It's tough.
It's frankly the thing that many legislators in California care about the most, and they're extremely protective of it. And they don't like the fact that that there are exceptions made for NFL stadiums, for example, and those kinds of things. The truth is we probably shouldn't be doing the NFL stadiums. We should be doing the kinds of projects that need to be done here. That being said, that's a high bar. That's very difficult politically. I just want to be transparent about that. But what we can, it doesn't mean we shouldn't try. And I think you may see it, especially on roads and transportation. Because the legislature has to come together, right? If they're going to raise taxes, they've got to come together, and everybody's going to need something. The other thing that we should be keeping our eye on is the bureaucratic red tape. That if to get a project done, you got to go through Caltrans, and then you got to go through Department of Finance, and then you got to go through from building a jail, it can take forever just to get through the normal bureaucracies. And so streamlining those through a red team approach where they work together or something can be helpful, I think, as well. So we'll work on that.
Just to add to your last comment, when I was in Washington recently, we were just talking about land management, and I told them the process is broken. I think we've got the same problem here in the state with, I won't argue with the good intentions or the well-meaningness of some of the rules and regulations that are put forth, but when you overlay them all, the system breaks down, and from an engineering point of view, it just doesn't work anymore. And somehow I think we collectively as counties need to take leadership in pointing out how that really doesn't work. It adds to the cost burden and the time to get things done. And you just mentioned one instance, but that's a pretty much a universal problem.
I met recently with the governor's head of what he calls GoBiz, business development arm of the governor's office, and as well as the Mr. Zarenberg from the chamber and others to talk. And we talked a little bit about this issue. I'm not sure that CSAC has done enough on this. I'm not sure that the associations in general have really got this right. It does seem to me we should be able to give, for example, one of the ideas I had was to try to find a couple of counties that are really doing this right, that we feel like have found ways to work with cities and the state and county government to streamline regulations for business and for economic development, and maybe use those as best practices that we can then tout at the Institute or through our websites. It's a good idea, but I know I haven't done anything about it yet. And so there's still work to do in that area, it seems to me.
Mr. Pedro?
Well, just real quick, I'm going to join that with the accolades. You've been great to work with, Matt. You're very accessible, incredibly so. I mean, You should have asked for Christmas cards with giving out your cell phone today, too. But I've seen you, and I want to compliment you. You've been in the middle of a difficult transition. You've lost a lot of senior staff, and I just want to compliment you how you've handled that. You brought in some quality folks, and they're always accessible, very helpful, very helpful. So if you can extend that thanks to your staff as well. They're always have been, I'm sure always will be incredibly helpful. So you've set the bar high and keeping it there.
Thank you.
But one thing I just have to ask, what's your prognosis of what do you think is going to come out of the special session for transportation? We've got the revenue measures versus the reallocation of what is. Any insights?
Well, the problem with reallocation of what is that the governor is very prickly about asserting that truck weight fees aren't being used on transportation because he sees paying bond measures that have previously been passed on transportation as quote-unquote transportation. I think others on the Republican side of the aisle feel those should be spent on current problems, and then the general fund that was currently being spent on issues, earned income tax credits or issues on Health and Human Services could be transferred over to solve that problem. That's a non-starter for folks on the other side. But it seems to me as we've seen focus groups from the Central Valley, for example, pretty conservative place. 65% of the people that were in those focus groups felt like something had to be done and they were willing to pay for it, as long as they were guaranteed the money would actually go towards roads. That was the key. And so the polling we've done also shows that people they like it best if you can put maybe a little bit extra in gas, a little bit extra here and there, make sure that people with electric vehicles are paying something. They currently don't pay anything. And then you've got to put a strong enough gate around it that the public will actually believe that it'll go where you say it's going to go. So I have to believe it gets done this year. I think that my prediction is you'll see some additional revenues come in, which not everyone will like, but the truth is that for example, the ports are in trouble. We have to have infrastructure in those ports and the roads that lead from those ports out into commerce. The state highway system needs a lot of work, and so does city streets and county roads. And so I just think it's going to be really hard for people to walk away from this session without a pretty significant investment in infrastructure. And I mean, we've all seen it where nothing worked out and we all just walked away. But if it doesn't happen pretty soon, that we have some, Amador County is just not too far from here. Their road index is 33 out of 100. Our president, Supervisor Chiesa in Stanislaus County, he's got a bridge in his district that scored a 2 out of 100. They won't let children's school buses go over that bridge anymore because it's not safe. And so it just seems to me that it's, we've got right to the edge, and the folks are realizing it, and so something will get done. So you mark that down, and you can all text me now if I was wrong. We'll see.
Okay, yeah. Before I call for any public comment, I also want to thank you. Since you've been on board, we know a lot more about what's going on. Enjoy the daily emails, all the information that's coming to us that really didn't get to us before is really beneficial. So keep up the good work, and you're welcome back here anytime.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thanks again for the invitation and for your support.
Thank you. Any public comment? Okay, I see none. We have 5 minutes. Do we have time to do anything else here? Okay. How about two items, 7B and 7C?
Okay, we'll go with 7B first, which is consideration of approving an agreement with the Tuolumne Farmers Market Vendor Association to co-sponsor the Tuolumne Village Farmers Market.
Mr. Pedro?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, in the run-up to this, just mentioned that we had an agreement with Upsprout Farms that goes back to 2006. They changed who actually runs the market. They're now doing that through the Tuolumne Village the Tuolumne Farmers Market Vendor Association. In order to extend our insurance that allows those farmer markets up there to go on, we need to approve a new agreement. And that's really, really, there are three actions that are in the recommendation. One is to approve the new agreement. One is to authorize the county administrator to execute any extensions to the contract. The reason that's in there is they're talking about different venues, and that may change the nature of the agreement. Otherwise, that's not been in there before. And the other is just that the county's participation in this co-sponsorship constitutes a public purpose, which allows us to extend our insurance.
Ms. Freeman, did you have anything to add?
Nope, I was just his sidekick today.
Okay.
Move to approve.
We have first and second. Any public comment on this matter? Seeing none, bring it back to the board. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes 5-0. Item 7C, please.
This is reconsideration of approving the First Amendment to the Essential Services Agreement with the City and County of San Francisco related to the municipal services provided to Hetch Hetchy Water and Power.
And the short of this is just that the final agreement that San Francisco approved included a not-to-exceed maximum. Talking with council, go ahead.
I'm a local business enterprise with the city of San Francisco for my company, so I'm going to recuse myself just to be safe. So.
Okay.
I'm going to lunch.
All right. Is all the board members clear on what we're doing here? Okay. Any public comment? Look for a motion.
Move to approve.
Staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, we have first Supervisor Brennan, second by Supervisor Rutherford. All those in favor?
Aye.
Passes 4-0. We have 3 more minutes. Does
Sheila?
Anybody else want to
She's
come up
8 and
here?
9.
Sheila?
Sheila doesn't want to come back.
Item 8. Will the clerk please read item 8?
Consideration of approving correspondence in support of AB 1335, the Building, Housing, and Jobs Act.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Sheila Shanahan, Housing Program Coordinator. I'll be brief. This is State Assembly Bill 1335, and it would provide approximately $500 million per year for affordable housing statewide. It comes from a $75 recordation fee on non-home sales transactions, and it is capped at $225 per transaction. The funds would be used for all types of affordable housing. We heard earlier a need for more emergency shelters. That would be one of the permitted uses, rental housing, and home ownership. In fact, 20% of the funds are earmarked for workforce housing, owner-occupied housing. And since the Board of Supervisors Housing Policy Committee heard this, the bill has been amended so that half of the funds will be allocated directly to local jurisdictions, which is great news. So it would benefit Tuolumne County. We do have a need for more housing. There was a study in 2015 by the National Low-Income Housing Coalition. They do this every year. They look at a typical 2-bedroom rental and what somebody would need to make to afford that. And in our county, somebody would need to make $18.31 an hour, but the average wage for a rental household is only $10.37. So there is a need for more affordable rental housing. The bill is supported statewide by a number of organizations. The BIA is in support, the California Association of Realtors, a number of housing organizations, and other local jurisdictions. The Board of Supervisors Housing Policy Committee reviewed the legislation at their June 10th meeting. They directed staff to prepare a letter, which was circulated among the committee for comments. And one of the concerns raised at that was to make sure there's a statewide committee that would be formed as a result of this bill, and to make sure that there is rural representation on that committee, because a lot of times we are left out of funding. We're considered too small, and monies go to more urban areas. So in conclusion, staff is recommending that your board approve the letter that's in your packet and direct the chair to sign. Be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions?
Sure. There was a letter that we voted against supporting. I want to say it was within the last year. Was that a different bill? It was a similar deal, but I remember the local Association of Realtors was opposed to it, and it was a
Yes.
similar recording fee. Was that the same one, 1335, or was it?
It was a different bill, similar idea. The idea has been amended now to cap the per transaction fee, to have direct allocation to local jurisdictions, and to make sure that home ownership that there's 20% for home ownership. And based on those changes and others, the California Association of Realtors is now in support of the new bill as crafted.
So the question I have, I see, I'm trying to find it in here. There was a line that referred to the $75 fee that's being proposed and who it would apply to, and it said non-sales related real estate transactions. And I saw another line that related to, it wouldn't apply to, it said home or commercial transactions or something. What is this actually going to be applied to?
It would be like a home refinance. It would apply to, it basically is excluding when somebody buys a house.
What about commercial transactions?
It would apply to commercial,
Sales transactions?
yes.
Okay. Comments, I guess, whenever you're ready.
Okay, I'll ask for any more questions, staff? Any public comment? I'll bring it back to the board.
So, first of all, I'll be opposed to it. It's a fee. I typically think of a fee as something that's related to the cost to do business with whatever service is being provided, and I don't think that that's the case. Additionally, I would just add that by using that particular process, the recording of documents or real estate transactions isn't a fair cross-section of the population to be able to apply this cost to be able to provide affordable housing and these different programs, which I do believe in and I support, but just the way it's being applied, I don't support.
Okay, any other comments? I'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, let me just make one comment first, and that is that this has been tried before, and before it had a multiplicity of issues, and the real estate board didn't support it, and I didn't support it, and I'm not sure I really want to support it now. However, every bill is flawed, and somehow we got to get to the issue of affordable housing and make it work. Just this is a way to fund it, and that makes some sense in terms of funding it, and it helps, and some of it will come back to us, a proportionate amount. So while I don't think the bill is perfect by any means, I am going to support it, and I'll move in favor of the letter.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a first and second. I'd just like to make a comment. It isn't perfect, but it will have an opportunity. I believe there's an opportunity there to create some jobs, especially in our building industry that is really hurting right now. So I'm certainly going to support it. Supervisor Rutherford, do you have a...
I'm going to oppose it, and the reason I'm going to oppose it is along the same lines as Supervisor Royce. I believe this is really a tax, and it's not an equitably distributed tax. It's not a fee.
Okay, so I'm going to call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay, it passes 3-2.
Yeah, I know.
And with that, we'll go ahead and recess, and we'll be back here at 1:30 to finish our meeting. Unless Ms. Shane has something that can move really fast, I'm quite willing to take another.
Well, the next three items are all very short.
If you could get, Tanya needs to be working on the NDRC applications, so if you could accommodate, that would be greatly appreciated.
Okay, let's go with 9.
We don't have a 1 o'clock appointment. So we can come
No.
back in.
No, we just have closed session.
Consideration of adopting a resolution authorizing the submittal of the 2015 Home Investment Partnership Grant application.
Go ahead.
We apply for this every year. We generally are successful. It funds our first-time home buyer housing rehabilitation and small rental assistance program. It did go before the Board of Supervisors Housing Policy Committee. They recommended that your board adopt the resolution at their June 10th meeting, and staff is recommending approval of the resolution and submittal of the home application in the amount of $500,000, and authorize the Community Resources Director to administer the grant and sign all necessary documents.
Move on staff recommendation.
We have a first and a second. Public comment? Seeing none, bring it back to the board for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Item 10, please.
Consideration of authorizing the public contract section 20150 for soliciting bids and negotiating costs for the Preston Lane Sidewalk and Surface Treatment Project, approving the plans and specifications and bid book and contract for the Preston Lane Sidewalk and Surfacing Treatment Project, and issuing a call for bids due on July 30th, 2015 at 2 p.m.
Ms. Allen.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. Tanya Allen, Supervising Engineer for the CRA. Previously, your board authorized staff to issue an informal call for bids for the Preston Lane Sidewalk and Surface Treatment Project for CSA 35. We received 5 bids that were over budget, and the project was re-advertised. And again, 2 proposals received were in excess of available funds. Engineering staff, on behalf of the CSA, requested allocation of funds from the Tuolumne County Transportation Council, and the council agreed to contribute or granted $8,900 towards this project. The work to be done consists of 320 lineal feet of concrete sidewalk, curb, and gutter on the south side of Preston Lane, and a seal coat on the entire length of Preston Lane from Saco Street to the end of the cul-de-sac. This project will provide the connectivity from the existing sidewalks on Preston Lane to the bus stop on Saco Street and to the Jamestown Sidewalk project currently in construction. It is recommended that your board approve the plans, specifications, and bid book for the contract 1664 Preston Lane Sidewalk and Surface Treatment Project, and issue a call for bids to be due on July 30th, 2015 at 2 p.m. In the event that these bids come in too high again, staff will ask your board to adopt a resolution to either perform the work by force account or negotiate with the bidders.
Okay, any questions for staff? Any public comment? Looks like this is in Jamestown.
Yeah.
It is.
I will move on staff recommendation.
A first and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Next item.
Okay, the Buchanan Road project.
This is consideration of approving an agreement with the Federal Highway Administration, Federal Land Highway Division for reimbursements of the utility relocation costs associated with the construction of the Buchanan Road project.
Ms. Allen.
I apologize, I got excited to go eat. The Buchanan Road project is funded under the Federal Lands Access Program. The project is asked to be delayed by your board to avoid conflicts with the recovery efforts necessary for the rim fire. Under the original agreement with FHWA, the county's obligation was to provide utility coordination. Working with the utility agencies to relocate their facilities, PG&E was the only agency that had prior rights in which the county is obligated to pay a portion of these relocation costs. Staff requested from FHWA that the utility relocation costs be part of the project costs under FLAP. FHWA concurred and programmed the funds. The attached agreement to your board packet with FHWA is for reimbursement for the relocation of 9 poles At a later date, staff will bring forward an agreement with PG&E for this work. It is recommended that your board approve the agreement with FHWA for the reimbursement of the utility costs associated with the construction of the Buchanan Road project in the amount not to exceed $165,000.
Any questions of staff? Any public comment?
Move approval of the agreement.
The first and second, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, what would the clerk please read the closed session items, and when we return at 1:30, we'll be going into closed sessions.
Closed sessions, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, authority, government code section 549569D1. Colpack versus Tuolumne County Superior Court case number CV 59497. The next one is public employee appointment, authority, government code section 54957B1, chief probation officer. And the third and final is conference with real property negotiators, price and terms, authority, government code section 54956.8. Negotiators are Craig Pedro and Daniel Richardson and Gary Wilson, related to the several parcels located at the Jamestown mine, and it's APN 58-227, 30, 58-231 through 35, 58-560-01 through 03, and 59-080-42.
Okay, any public comment on the closed session items? Supervisor Rutherford.
Not on the closed session item, but I do have some items that I forwarded to Craig Pedro that we may want to add to the agenda in emergency this afternoon. It's from NACO on some legislation, forestry legislation that's going to be considered by the House on Thursday.
Okay, we'll address those when we come back from closed session. Will that work? Okay. All right, we'll see you at 1:30. Thank you for coming.